Good morning, everybody. I don't know if Discord's muted. I haven't said anything on there since I started it. I did type it out on mobile, Dr. K. Should XRT run with GME today? Maybe. What's he doing? Hmm. Absolutely not, Chucky Seki. Also, thank you. Well done on convincing BlackRock to buy more. I knew this shit was going to start today. Yeah, I haven't changed my YouTube about section since I started the channel. I'm eating a whole grain pastry tart. Thanks, Cotton Biscuits. 16% jump on AMC? Okay. The thumbnail for the stream is kawaii as fuck. Happy Lunar New Year. I don't know what those words mean, but thank you. You need to write, we know about the borrow rate on screen already, by the way. Do we? That's correct. It's the whole grain that makes it healthy. Do you need to eat the whole grain pastry tart so sexually? I don't think there's anything sexual about my consumption of this whole grain pastry tart. More Slack. Using my member chat to say good morning. Good morning to you too, man. All you can think about is Matt Kors because AMC is running. Don't worry, I'm sure he's prepping his video right now. I'm sorry, guys. I fell for the FUD. Tears. I don't know how the rest of it'll go, but it's not a cookie. I wouldn't even call it a Pop-Tart. How about the Reddit DD that the Feds set up a computer for options trading? Federal YOLO? I hope you're making a comedy joke. Do you understand what grains do to your body? Do I care? You copied your video intro from yesterday? Fucker. Why'd you get banned on Discord, Tamarin? Fantastic spaghetti and meatballs recipe. DN's at like $97 today. It keeps going down. No, there's shares to borrow, just zero from IBKR. This happens all the time. You could just say CPTA or CPCTA. You could just say a meatball recipe. The spaghetti and sauce part, unless the sauce is part of the meatball recipe. Hit me up. I'm interested. Fucking allergies are killing me. My neighbor got one of those dogs that's like puffy. It's like a big puffy dog. I don't know what it is. We all want to know if you got BlackRock in Jammy. That's a bit of a stretch now. Deanne's at 97 something. Guys, it's about to open. Ding. Yes, it does. OG rules. Borrow rate 5.1%. Interesting. On IBKR? Yeah, that one, Christian. A Samoed or whatever. I don't fucking know. Just put costs in like shares. Fuck you, not another Dan. Why do you guys take such pleasure in irritating me? How many of the questions that I've answered over the last 9 months have just been for the sake of annoying me? I'm looking at purchasing June 680s when concerned liquidity might be an issue. Thoughts? No, it's not. There's like 5,000 OI on that strike. Samoed? Whatever. It fucking sheds everywhere. It's like living next door to a hair salon. Someone mentioned a large amount of $50, $60 puts sold yesterday. Uncle Bruce viewers selling 90 and 110 cc's. They're gonna get burned. Unless they're selling them far out. Is that green color on your positions? I don't know. I think I broke something. I could have had a baby in this time if the dancing keep taking all my baby gravy. I'm sorry to hear that, Angel Fire. Good luck next time. Thanks, man. It's not an actual hair salon. I'm holding March 18th, 110. My plan is to wait till Feb 25th before rolling beyond. Or should I wait till Feb 18th? It's up to you. I mean, they're in the money, so you could wait till OPEX as long as they stay in the money. Stop saying shit like MOASS. We're at $113. Quest trade borrow rate up to 5.1%. Oh, no one cares about that. Yeah, I have a HEPA filter, but I need to buy a new I need to buy a new filter for it. Or an air purifier that I need to buy a new filter for. GVS gapped up $5. That's the way. Wall of the day, 115. 115 is pretty important. 114 is actually pretty important. 114 is the like put call parity flip. It's significant. What color should I make it? I'll make it purple. That purple? Boom. Relevant resistance. I sold non-GME shares yesterday, but still shows as unsettled. All right, so if you sold them yesterday on the 31st, then the funds from that transaction won't settle for T plus 2, so the second. And then if you immediately bought an options contract with those funds, that means you don't want to sell it till those funds settle tomorrow at whatever time you sold the shares. You know that Jimmy post and Wall Street Bets? Yeah, 1 hour later, there was a news article published about how some new investing app for teens that allows the blocking of risky assets. Okay. I don't, how are those related? Were you talking like that kid who like margined his mom's investment account? CCC, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord and say hi.
Long Johnson.
You ever use good till close instead of day orders? All the time. But for options, it doesn't really matter, right? They can only execute during the day. Unless it's like an index option or a SPY option. We just smashed their 114. Purple for royal exuberance. Did I write something with the epic pen? I don't think so. It should be working. Yeah, it's working. You see BlackRock almost 500 to share buy disclosure. Dude, read the daily DD before you ask me these questions. Yes, of course I did. Do you think anything can happen with GameStop without me knowing about it? Unfortunately, no. Delta neutral's at 97. It's dropped even more. I will adjust it. It's at 97.22. Max Pan's at 105. Oh, that's close enough. Chat is going way too fucking fast for me to keep up. Oh, thank God. I finally have my money back. Oh. My 100 and 110s are in the money. Now my 120s. Let's go. Does puts cost same like shares? God damn it. I heard Sony was thinking about buying Bungie. Or is buying Bungie. You should do a daily post so we know what to expect. We'll find out if we can sustain it or not. A little resistance. I imagine they'll fight for this. This is pretty important. Nope, no upcoming collabs. I read your super chat. Could this run up be the final one, or will we have to go through these cycles for another year? I mean, we'll find out, right? Q, comment on why this is important and why they will fight for it. This is important because this is the point at which calls outweigh puts. So essentially the start of the gamma ramp. Evan Charlie Moon. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. And fucking awesome, dude. Thank you. I need pigeon whale songs. Let's make fun of Moonwind.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once a day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult. Not a cult.
Whoa. Where'd my mouse go? Huh. It's pretty fucking spicy, right? Yeah, so the breakpoint is here at 114. After that, it just goes wild. At which point, exercising the options will trigger the MOASS. Not fucking now. If we hit like 350, I don't see a massive sell wall anywhere. I don't understand why AMC has so much more volume than us. High frequency trading. You can't do that on GameStop because the bid ask spread is so wide. Like the bid ask spread on GameStop is 40 cents. The bid ask spread on AMC is like a penny, 2 cents to a penny. So do we have to close at 114? We just want to break through it. Ideally, we close above it. Yeah. When and how would you say that they are releasing the internalized buy volume onto the FTD covering? I mean, them releasing buy volume is kind of obvious, as they've been doing it. This is how they let the pressure off a little bit without running the price too much. Otherwise, we would just keep going down, right? Oh, that reminds me. Can I use this shit yet? Nope. Fuck was that? Pick me up at 40. Good morning, Gert. Great day we're having it. Could you do me a favor and poke the stock? Thank you in advance. I'll consider it. How will the BlackRock purchase be reflected after hours agreement on price? I mean, they probably already bought in, right? What price above 114 do we need to hit sustain so that we really start riding the ramp? Above 114. It's so funny to me when the poors attempt to cue like a pigeon whale. They can only imagine the beauty of being a pigeon whale. Riku. Thank you, VWAP Dan Saipo. Chris, son of Dan, 9 months. This has been the longest week of my life. Here, take my free money, and thanks for all you do. Thanks, man. Can I interest you in a 2K shares returned at IBKR? 130 CC save. No. 3,000 watching, only 700 likes. Ah, whatever. Who cares? They'll get around to it. Check out Newegg. Is it ripping? No. Man, that came right back down. Nope, no confirmation that Citadel is no longer GME's market maker. Drop my case, start watching you. I'm on better grass. Well, don't smoke too much of it because we have stocks to trade. Appreciate it. I took profit, gonna roll into farther dated and some weeklies. Okay. I'm feeling today's gap open. Probably. Was it significant? Yeah, we have gaps at 110 and 108. I could see 110 getting filled. 108 seems a little unlikely. It's possible. Does Citadel same like criminals? What's the number of FTDs today? No idea, man. There's literally no way to figure that out. I don't know why people keep asking me that. I know Bob and Turd tried, but even I think the best attempts will always just be an estimate. Difference between March April calls and 2024 leaps at the same strike. Time. And one of those has significantly more theta, justice for all. BlackRock now is 6.8% at GameStop. It's probably, I mean, it's not like a big relevant change. It's 500,000 shares. It's bullish, but did you get option data in the end? I'm still trying. Hold on. We should fill this one as well because these were right on top of each other. Nope. Maybe not. It would make sense for us to fill it. What do you think about the gap on the daily candle from yesterday versus today? There we go. We're going to fill them all. Why didn't that fill? That should have, there we go. Remember when you made Pigeon Whale memberships as a joke? Those were the days. I do. You mentioned that during the FTD overlap, Feb 3rd and Feb 8th are the most important ones. Could you explain why? Much thanks. Feb 3rd should be the date that the futures FT. So if futures were satisfied with ETF share creation, those should be due Feb 3rd. There's still one more gap. Somebody's loading up on Feb 18 200Cs. How much are they? It's probably not the worst buy. Interesting. I don't really like the IV. Expensive. Not 210s. Okay, something's wrong with the pricing there. 220s? 220s are cheap as fuck. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna fill this last gap. Looks like Jimmy's lagging behind the rest of the market a little bit. One sec, I'm gonna update Reddit. There we go. A little more. If we hit here, that should be all of them filled. Jesus Christ, the bid ask is insane. Any extra capital through GME is new check on me. Red. Do you have any data from Shift Search on GME? Should now. I mean, it's just the opening 2 minutes. It's not very relevant this early. It's a good bunch of May 20th sold. May 1. Just a bunch of sold puts, calls. Some people sold some Feb 18 150s. That's about it. They're going to fill this last one? Is the SPY tanking? SPY's coming down. One 108.30. Huh. It's 108.30. I mean, one sale right now would fill the gap. There it goes. Right. Yeah, that should be filled. Why is it not showing filled? There we go. All right, they're all filled. Yep. Definitely filled. Is there anything behind gap filling or something that happens? Yeah, there is. Market makers, when they internalize orders, if they have a buy or a bunch of buys at, say, 108.30, right? That gap we just had to fill. Say they have like 500 buy orders here and they've internalized these. They would prefer to fill those at the strike, right? Or below. Because then they get, like, if they can fill that at 108.26, they make 4 cents, right? So it's basically for their books, but also to, maintain their profit on arbitrage. Could DMMs purposely leave gaps to the downside? No, not really, because DMMs don't control the NBBO. That's why that's why gaps are created. That's why they have to go back and try to fill them. It doesn't. They don't always do it. Sometimes they don't give a shit. If they don't, like, if it's a insignificant amount of buy volume at that price, they'll just ignore it. Sometimes gaps never ever get filled. There's gaps on Tesla which will never see the light of day, most likely. Does illiquidity and tons of weirdness on GME make gap fill theory a much stronger possibility? Yeah, in a way it does. It creates more gaps because it's so illiquid. So, like, if you go look at, like, Tesla, it probably doesn't have any significant gaps because it trades like a lot of volume overnight. So it will usually, like, Tesla, like, or the SPY will usually, like, fill their gaps in pre-market. So you never even see them during the trading day. Tesla's pretty cheap again. Another shoulder. Interesting. Volatility's picking up on it too. Hmm. Man, Tesla looks super fucking bearish. Heard 90% of SPY's growth comes in after hours. That growth isn't sustained. That's the problem with that theory, is that like stocks are illiquid during after hours and pre-market. And you have European brokers trading them. So they might realize like 5% gains overnight, right? But then when it stabilizes and arbitrage occurs in the US markets, it gets eaten up and then the growth continues up. So it's just horseshit, kind of. I'd say it was dead. I just said it looks kind of bearish. It does. It's not in a bull flag, Patrick. Bull flags don't occur on this time scale. I think Tesla is entering like an accumulation period. And the bump and run is over. Delete that. It's the long-term trend. Got rejected. I don't know. Tesla could go as low as like 875. Potentially 875, there's a big gap on Tesla to the downside. This could fill. This must be that gap up overnight from the other day. 157 through 862. So right here at Tesla's EMA 200. That could be a good bounce play too. I'll think about that. It'll take some time probably to get down there. Director of the GME movie claims SI is only 18%. I mean, that's the reported short interest. And that's on the high side of reported short interest. Nobody, I mean, no journalist or anybody like that is going to make claims that GameStop's SI is more than the verifiable count. Whether it is or not, it's not reported, right? What's arbitrage? The difference in price between two things, or two of the same thing in different markets. Or just Google the fucking definition, Alan. You know what I mean? What's Google? Fuck you, Ape Steve. I updated Reddit already, like a couple minutes ago. I should probably do it again, I guess. 2,900 people in here. You're doing the Lord's work. If you guys could drop a like, it's big help. Thank you. Yeah, I know BlackRock increased their position. What's the price of puts not being the same? God damn. Fuckers. Yeah, I think now that the curse words are being edited out of my clips, I'm getting less shadow banned. So essentially arbitrage is when the price in one market, not like the price in another. Yes. It's like when puts not same as shares. Cat doing a good job. It is, but I wish I'd bought more. I'm kind of pissed. I was a little greedy with my limit, and I only filled like 5 of 20 contracts, so but what are you gonna do? Feb 4, 110, 115, 120 calls trading. You're playing BBIG. Data looks ripe for a run. No, it's a piece of shit stock. Stay away from it. It's got way too much institutional interest, and it's not going to run the way you want it to, and you're going to end up a bag holder. Market liquidity refers to the extent to which a market, such as a country stock, puts don't have a borrow rate. What about buy some shares of GME? How is the price any different to puts? Goddamn. What price will you start closing GME positions? Like shares? Nowhere near here. And for options, I have no idea. It'll depend on where I think resistances are being met. What do you think of UWMC at these prices? It's a big steaming pile of shit, Dr. Stonklev. It's undervalued, but it could stay that way for a very long time. If they bump rates, it could go up, possibly. Are you using a customized EMA indicator on WeBull? No, it's just various EMAs. What do you think about Clove? Also a big pile of shit. Can someone explain same like shares to me? Someone asked me in what I can only assume was 100% seriousness. Are what was it? Are puts same like shares? And it's become a thing. How many years are you willing to hold GME? What's the longest you've bag held a stock? I mean, I'm up, so I'm not really bag holding my GME, but AMD I had for fucking 8 years almost. 6 years. The majority of my position for like 6 years. I still have some of it. Do the bourgeois fence? Or are we just trying to bring it back? What part of the movie The Big Short are we currently in? The part where the shorts are winning? Why do people try to use GameStop in that context? It's not even the same. We're long GameStop. We're not short. They're the shorts in that movie. The good guys are the shorts. And ultimately, no one was good. Like, they weren't good. They just made a lot of money off of human misery. Instead of going out and trying to tell the world about what was going on, they just profited off of it. That's more accurate. We're on the VW chart, are we? Hopefully at the part right before it rips. Are we the baddies? If MOASS happens, yeah. Or we'll be portrayed as them. Either way. They'll be like, oh, look at these people who stole all these people's pensions and ruined our economy. Bastards. If human misery were a Greek, what would it be? A tragedy? Theta? How was my rowing workout? It went well. I'm still getting used to it. I'm a bit sore, but I'll be all right. What do you think about MMAT? I really don't have any opinions on it. I don't think it's a good investment. I think there's better places to throw your money. I think we got Baba and other Chinese stocks. I don't know. Baba's pretty undervalued right now. But it's mostly going to chop around until there's a correction of some sort in the markets. The Winklevoss twins were rowers. Let that sink in about your wealth potential. Oh, I don't feel bad about going up against predatory shorting. But don't think you're gonna walk away from this. If MOASS occurs, don't think you're gonna walk away like a hero in the public eye. The people on Jimmy Meltdown are gonna be just so upset. What got you into trading? I wanted to make money and not work for someone. I had a professor that suggested I try it. Specifically derivatives trading and crypto at the time. Worked out. I remember you saying you wanted to learn wheeling options. I want to get better at it. Yeah. I mean, I know how to do it, but I want to build like a income system from wheeling. You need a lot of capital to make it risk averse. A lot of capital. But yeah, market making, selling theta is very profitable. Things to look for in a good stock for wheeling. It depends. I mean, if you have the money to support a fairly risk averse position, then you know, you want to look for stable blue chips where you can just consistently sell theta without a high level of risk. If you don't have a lot of money, then you have to wheel higher IV, which can get quite dangerous. Back to the MOASS thing. Time is a flat circle. Time is a pineapple pizza, Dr. K. Are puts a terrible idea on Jimmy for dayish trading? Also, are they same like shares? I still can't say that I'm a big fan of day trading GameStop. Even with options, I don't like it that much. I'll occasionally make some plays. It's pretty rare that you get like a good confirmed signal on GameStop. And when you do, it usually slips too fast and then you end up chasing it. Lend me 11K so I can exercise my 110 call. No. This was long after I'd graduated. No, Carl, he wasn't. He was a fat old white man that would take his students to strip clubs. Back when number one, back when I paper traded, I tried, you know, I would compete with myself, right? So I would start with varying, like, that's not how you spell that. Varying account totals, like 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, so on. And see how much over like 3 months I could grow that account via different strategies and things like that. I found the most success with accounts starting with $5,000 or more. And really, this requires very, very good risk management. So if your risk management is very good, the problem the biggest problem is that it'll take you a long time to grow it from like 5 to 25, but the growth from 25 to 50 is exponentially faster. But yeah, you need to learn really good risk management to start with anything less than like 25,000. If you can do it, then it's possible. Below 5,000, you really limit what plays you can get into. You deal with, you know, GFE and day trade issues, like pattern day trader, PDT and GFE rules. It's like kind of a pain in the ass. Are you gonna do a wheel video in school stock? Not for a long time. Probably. I mean, I'm gonna do more advanced things as time goes on that channel, but it's gonna take a while. I'm definitely starting with like a good foundation in the basics. Nick, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up. Nope, you don't have to do that. Wait, is that the song? That's the song.
Long Johnson. Long Johnson.
What brokerage do you recommend for options trading? My favorite options brokers are IBKR, Schwab, and WeBull. Tasty works if you're a big degenerate, but also TDA is really good, but I don't like using them. It's okay, Dr. Dank's mom. I understand. See, SEC rule announcement from earlier seems like it could be relevant. They're locking market makers in the MBBO price. That's interesting. So you? Myrna dead, you say? No, Myrna's probably coming back. Didn't they have some like big news? Any plans for trade spotting crossover stream? I've reached out to him a few times over the last couple months and to no avail. So no. How often will you release videos on School of Stock? As often as I can. I mean, obviously, with this channel, it'll be slow, but hopefully steady. I don't like TDA because I've had issues with them in the past when they were my bank. And I don't like them. I don't like their customer service. I refuse to use them as a brokerage. I'll use Schwab, who owns TDA, but thanks, Boats and Hose. Could the shorts go to this situation by another company conducting a hostile takeover, buyout, merging away GameStop? No, that would fuck the shorts. If another company came in and bought out GameStop, the shorts would be in deep, deep shit. No, Moderna's supposedly coming out with like a broad spectrum vaccine or something for COVID. Potential acquisition play. I mean, it could be. It's digging a bit deep into data you probably don't have. Also, I don't like bio stocks, so just chimed in. Are we talking about TDA? Go away, Daniel Taylor. Shill. Can you look at AMD to see next resistance points? What's it trading at? 115, 120. I mean, 115 and 120 are going to be relevant. 117.50 historically. I think that was this like peak here. But yeah, you're the cross up of this EMA 180 on the daily at 117.13. That's gonna be important to the upside. You still got to break 115 because it's just a psychological level, but the bounce looks good so far. I bought leaps yesterday. We'll see how it continues to play out. Earnings is tomorrow. Can you explain what your lines are? They're exponential moving averages. So they're moving averages weighted to the most recent 30, 60, 90, 120 days, and so on. Buy a goat or more weeklies? I don't know. Do you need milk? Anything from Churchberg that made him think Feb 7 through 11 was Moon Week, or was that just a joke? It's like a correlation they're digging into with XRT's dividend and GameStop's borrow rate. Borrow rate 5.1% on IBKR? Or just Quest Trade? Because I don't think I care about Quest Trade. It's at 2.2% on IBKR. Dropped. No, not that significant. Just means they're not borrowing a lot of shares today. My course talking about a $650,000 loss and shitting on AA right now. I mean, he should be shitting on. He should have been shitting on AA for months. What to do with April 110C? Can't exercise, just take 2K profit. I mean, I don't think the run's over. You're like $1 in the money. I mean, if you want to take profits, go ahead, but you're leaving yourself exposed to like not being unable to capture continued gains. It's not like your theta is decaying quickly on that contract. Any predictions for earnings and how that will affect us on Friday? Our earnings aren't on Friday. It's just 14, I think. Do you have any concern of a 10-day trading halt? No. Have you ever used simple moving average in lieu of exponential moving average? Yeah. Because you can't see the entire lending pool. So just because IBKR only had 4,000 shares returned doesn't mean that, 500,000 shares weren't returned over here to Vanguard, where you can't see it, right? Any thoughts on the impact of CFDs on hedging? I mean, they're hedged the same way as calls. Just without as much leverage. Or they should be. What does it makes you feel the shorts are winning now? What would you have expected from your FTD exposure windows? I mean, they've driven the price down to $100. This entire move hasn't been a big win for us. Fuck. AMD earnings, not GameStop, Nino. Do you think they'd force a fake squeeze before a real squeeze to try and convince us that it's all over, or would it be too risky for them? It's too risky. What do you define as a fake squeeze? That's my question. Like, I wouldn't even consider us squeezing until we hit $500 or $600. And at that point, the floodgates are open. They're fucked. So no, I don't think there's a fake squeeze. Will they run it up to 350 and then smash it back down into the ground? Possibly. If they run it to $50,000 and then back to 100, like, couldn't you just buy the entire fucking float by the time it falls back down? That doesn't make any sense. There's probably a decent amount. Check BBBY at broke 1750 running. Looks good. I think everything's had like a pretty bullish reversal except GameStop. How's DDS look? Also ripping. Who's reviving all these what if FUD questions today? I think we've seen almost all of them so far. I'm just waiting for the government intervention question to be asked now, I guess. It'll pop up. Can they realistically handle another year of this? I just feel like they're stuck unless there's something going on behind the scenes that we haven't figured out yet. No. What? If they can keep doing what they're doing, they can do it for a long time. What's your take on OCGN? Trash. Not a big fan. I don't like any of the fucking all Wall Street bets squeezes. There's been money to make on all of them at different points, but like if you're talking about like buying and holding it, it's shit. Could the everything else is ripping be an effective cash settling custom ETF baskets? Do we understand the mechanisms, timeframes of ETF managers buying back? We don't. I mean, they have T+2. T+3, actually. I think they have T plus. Well, it's T+2 plus 2. If ETF failures are cash settled. Do you think we have a new transparency rule will have an effect on GME crime? What crime? Jesus, it's gonna be one of these days. Glad I've become a running joke. Sorry, guys. It's okay, shids and fards. If DRS call option, if DRS call option safe as share, what? No, Netflix should be doing good, actually. I don't have it. Do I have it up on here? Netflix should be coming back, I think. It looked good the last time I looked. A little bit. It's got a lot of ground to make up, but yeah, this is a good reversal. Put call ratio reversal at 111 using full chain as of 10 hours, 10:24 a.m. Thanks, Polsky. That's helpful. Did it shift? So it shifted down. Are they shedding puts? Hey, this is Netflix. Why am I looking at this? When do I get to become a running joke? You already are. Can you explain when we were expecting the 5.6 million FTDs to be delivered today, 7th, 11th, another day? Where the fuck did 7 and 11 come from? The 3rd? I expect those this Thursday. So tomorrow, well, anytime between now and Thursday. So are we going back to 250 or what? It's the potential's there, but we may not. We may not realize 250 during this cycle. How much percent of your cash is it GME invested? Like 60? It's a little more than that with my options, but around there, yeah. It's probably about might actually be 71 or 72% with my options position. And Fidelity isn't cash from selling options purchased weeks ago supposed to settle right away, or am I crazy? T+1. Sam. If you don't have GFEs, you should be able to use the unsettled cash right away. So are we not expecting MOASS? Not at $110, we're not. I think fuel cell is peaked, or do you think there's more upside? I'm not a doctor, but it looks like a double bottom formed. I could take a look at it. It looks good. It hasn't even broken its like pre-market high yet. I would see how this consolidation plays out. I'd imagine 450 is a pretty important resistance. Just talking about reading the volume analysis chart. It's bullshit. Ignore it. So are we not expecting a run like last year for this cycle? We'll have to see. Do you understand that? Do you understand that as the price increases, the probability and potential for higher price increases improves? What's so difficult to understand about that? It's dynamic. It's not a static thing. From 111, the odds of a short squeeze on GameStop are very slim. If we climb up to 350, that changes. Jesus fucking Christ. That's all anyone's ever digging for is confirmation bias. Will government shut down GME before 350? They didn't before. I'd imagine they'll try to keep us off of. Well, Polsky said that it dropped down to the parity's down at 111 now. So they're probably going to try to keep us here. What did you say it was? Did you DM me? Damn it. Polsky, are you still there? 111? Live updates on this is dope as fuck. Ah. Where do you get no MOASS from? How can you not understand that one thing is relative to another? This is mind-boggling to me. I have like a portfolio of some things that I hold long, but most of my positions aren't long term. Max Payne is volumetric. Do you know what happens to options at the expiry if a 30-day halt is activated by the SEC? I tried to ask earlier, but no answer unless I missed it. Thanks. Oh, I've answered that a bunch. You're fucked. If you're holding options contracts and the SEC halts the stock for 30 days and you expire in 1 week, you're shit out of luck. I think something you should consider before you worry about that is how often a Russell 1000 stock has been halted for a week historically. Because the mindset that backs up worrying about that is the idea that fucking GME is the center of the marketplace, and it's just not. Because we have RSS telling us MOASS is inevitable and will happen no matter what, and then we come here for real facts and it's we'll see. It's tough for some people. Why are you getting your information off of a fucking social media server? I mean, like, I understand that that's the source of GameStop information, but like, these are just like sentiment spread by the general populace. Could you do a co-op stream with Matt Kors and just troll him the whole time? 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm not going to do a co-op stream with Matt Kors. So what are the odds of MOASS now that we're 113 instead of 111? Better. Thoughts on Ader? Also crap. Do you ever adjust smoothing factor for your EMA indicators? I mean, each time frame has different smoothing. Hey man, if I place a limit sell order for an option and the option realizes that value briefly on a run, am I likely to get a fill? Thanks, man. As long as there's a buyer. If you're looking for a YouTuber to rustle your jimmies and promise you GME tendies, you're on the wrong stream. Probably. Yeah, I'm not here to like confirm anybody's fucking bias. Can you explain hedging specifically in regards to events being priced in? Explain hedging in regards to events? What do you mean, Yog? You need to ask that differently because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What happens when we hit 120? I don't know. It's probably a resistance. What does priced in mean? It means that the market has already realized the expected value of a specific outcome before that outcome occurs. So like many would say that the rate change has been priced into the SPY, even though it hasn't occurred yet. Because the news of a potential rate change caused a dramatic downturn in the market, right? Can you explain how Evergrande relates to the GME borrow rate? It fucking doesn't at all. Just remember that like 90% of what you read or see or hear, especially on Superstonk, is bullshit. I would say that the vast majority of DDs written are a fact and then an opinion spurned by that fact or churned out by that fact. So it's just they've found a thing and then formed an opinion on it, and the opinion is bullshit and baseless and has nothing to do with the thing that they found. That's what happens when you have 700,000 people who don't know fuck all about the market discussing it all day. %90 was generous. I'm not angry. There's no such thing as mana futures. I'm not saying it's all bad, but you really need to. It's tough because it's the average person can't differentiate between what's true and what's complete horseshit. It's hard to disseminate information when you don't understand the information. Are delta hedging costs same as RRP future puts? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dick. I don't know what the population of Peru is. Hey, you can't be spreading critical thinking like that, pal. We work hard to short every day and post on Superstock to update each other, trying to get out of this hole we dug with a plastic spoon. Stop making our lives harder. Thanks, Citadel intern. I'll keep that in mind. Is 114 a significant number for us? Not anymore. It's 111 now. Or as of 10:24 p.m. it was. Considering the abuse of shorting of XRT, shorts could be on the hook for dividends for shares being let out multiple times. Yes. Between Yellow's data and the current price action, do you think they're properly hedging? It's hard to tell what's appropriate hedging and what's them needing to cover FTDs. What happened to that gaming channel idea? I don't know. I never have time to play video games anymore. I haven't showered in a while. What's the best ointments to make below waist, front, and back itching less intense? Hydrocortisone? Can you take a look at Lucid SM35 calls expiring? Sure. When are they expiring? Feb 11th? This doesn't move. It's heavily shorted, but it doesn't move the same way as GameStop. It's on its own like weird cycle. It could bounce back with the turnaround in the market though. You really need quite a lot of movement in the next few days. I don't know. The test of like 33 is likely. I don't know if it'll hit 35. Pay attention to the position. Not that guy again. Girk, tell that intern he won't have a job soon. Also, praise the Lady VWAP. You're going down, Citadel. Girk, you're doing amazing work educating people, and our hearts are with you. Some of these questions are just despair. People look to you to look to you. Stay strong. I'm fine. I'm not. I'm not concerned in the slightest. Why did it change from 114 to 111? More calls bought or more puts shed? It seems from shift search, pretty much every bet is bullish. Yeah. Is it possible Citadel is internalizing like crazy to show this little movement? I mean, we've had quite a lot of movement today. We've went from 116 down $8 and then now almost back all the way back up again. Thanks for being the best. Just sanity. Cool. Thanks, man. It's a bad sign if one's call option is the only one showing up in volume in an options chain. It could be. I think the next XRT X dividend date's in March. I don't get what's so hard to understand. Nothing is certain in the market, and there's always risk. Don't spend the money before you have it. And as much as we joke, don't quit your job. Yeah. I guess, I mean, if there's one thing that irritates me, is that a clear and direct path to MOASS is already presented, right? And it's mostly ignored. So if retail isn't, you're gonna push options in droves and drive up the potential for an event like that, then there's just cycles to play and money to be made, which isn't bad. BlackRock, you can take that SEC report and stick it in your order flow. We will never cover it. Thanks, Citadel intern. TRS is not a clear path to fucking MOASS. The way I see it, even though this doesn't happen, as long as we can someone predict run-ups, we can all make serious money. Yeah. Gotta work for it. Options MOASS method requires significant risk that everyday person can't afford. Piling into calls requires everyone else to, otherwise you would end up losing everything. Like a prisoner's dilemma. Why not encourage DRS so it gets it over and done with, and when it doesn't work, people will finally listen to you about options? That's fucked up. Up 270% on a Netflix call. I want to set a daily stop as I can't watch it religiously. Stop limit, stop loss. Based on bid or based on last ask. Trailing stop, probably, JFresh. If you can't watch it and it's continuing to go up. It's bad for us of those who can't play options and don't take profits regularly. That's true. Are weekly options that go into the money this week best rolled forward or exercised? That's up to you. And also, it depends on how deep in the money they are. If retail loses interest, would you still be able to play those cycles? To some extent, probably not the same extent. Pi-Fi is an anti-DRSer. I'm not. It just doesn't do anything. I use a bunch of different brokers. TCSSB. Tomorrow, 2222, DFV posted Groundhog's Day tweet, which is tomorrow, LRC L2. I can't understand how Superstock isn't hyping all of this. Probably because it's just like not that hype. Why not squeeze a stock like TR? They have really tight options chain, making it impossible to take volatility variance positions and also a small float. It's a good question. In your DDs, you've said that DRS helps with illiquidity. That's all it does, though. It just, in a situation where they need to borrow shares, those shares aren't there. But you still have to get to a position where that's necessary, which requires that the stock runs really hard, right? Do ETF FTDs have a lesser impact on the stock? ETFs are partial shares, no? ETF FTDs have a less significant impact than direct FTDs would, but there's quite a lot of them. As a fellow broke wage slave, stop trying to pretend that options are guaranteed money sinks. They aren't. We just need to learn how to play options, learn how to manage risk, and learn the Greeks. It's been a year. I'm confident in our ability to learn. Hugs. Yeah. DRS cases, they can't locate any shares for shorting if they're all registered. This ignores that most shorting seems to be done by puts and ETF share creation. Yes, that's what I mean. I also mean that by the time that the float is direct registered, the shorts will likely be out of any risk in their positions that they currently have. DRS is popular because it's easy to understand, and yet none of the people who rant on and on and on about it really seem to understand it. Most of the narratives spun off of the original DRS narrative have nothing to do with it at all. Matt Kors, you were right, Gurk. AMC is for suckers. I know. Thanks, Matt Kors. Interest rate going up because of options. LOL, not DRS. No way that could be DRS. Wow. Interest rates? You mean the borrow fee? The borrow fee is going up because they're borrowing shares of GameStop. Based on bid, asked, or last. Last. No one trusts that the run-up wouldn't be interfered with. I mean, it probably will be. Ryan Cohen hasn't openly said shit about DRS. It's included in earnings because ComputerShare reports all of the float information. They're the transfer agent. They're the ones that ledgerize the float, and they submit that to a law firm who then writes the 10Q. Ryan Cohen's not writing the 10Q. DRS is probably better than Robinhood. Lots of gray names in here talking about things they know nothing about. It's the way things work. If they were having trouble locating shares due to DRS, the rate will go up. This is not arguable. It's not that they're having trouble locating shares. Otherwise, the rate would go way up, not up fucking 1.5%. What they're doing is there's a demand for GME shares. And they're holding those positions open. That's why the borrow rate's going up. If the borrow rate went up to 200%, that might be because of DRS. Not when it goes from fucking 0.8 to 2.2. No, because other stocks don't have 5% of their float closely held. DDS has 70% of their float direct registered through employee ownership. It's illiquid as fuck. It's also got a super tiny float. Is Koala still banned? Probably, yeah. Why would I unban him? Are you really arguing the rate went up because of options? No. That's not what I said at all. The rate's not going burr. What in the fuck are you talking about, Rock the Grouch? There's FUD on Superstock saying we can't exercise during MOASS because there won't be able to locate shares. Isn't it a binding contract? Yes. It's a binding and it's an enforceable contract. It's a forced buy-in. I don't know why I have to have this conversation every day. Sometimes it seems like they have infinite money to suppress the breakouts forever. No FUD, but it seems so. I mean, we're up like $20 from our recent $30 from our recent low. So it doesn't seem like they can suppress the breakout forever, does it? Did you mention something a few days ago about shorts covering the positions with the highest SI percent last? The highest cost basis last? Is that what you're asking, Jay Gills? I'm not angry. Frustrated. It's annoying to have to explain the same thing over and over and over again to people that want to just remain completely ignorant. I believe in staying calm with positive energy. The stock market doesn't give solid answers because it's fluid. Watching the snow falling. Gherk, that albino squirrel just appeared. Thanks, Trina. Thanks, Agro Craig. How do you know DRS works? What proof do you have besides tweets? And a woman who wrote a book before ETFs existed. DRS has an effect, but it's limited in scope. 100% float registration would take 3 to 5 years. They're not making their short position significantly larger day by day. I did try out the new row machine. It was fun. I'm not going to ban you. It takes quite a lot to get banned in here. You really have to say some awful shit. There's no harm in DRS either. I didn't say there's any harm in it. I think the biggest harm is in thinking that a passive approach Is like a short squeeze is an aggressive action, and a passive approach is not going to, you know, ignite one. When did ETS become a thing? Assuming recently, based on your comment. Mm, I think there's evidence as far back as like 2011 for XRT being used to support short positions. Some, but it's obscure and really doesn't have anything to do with the DTCC, which is what Trimbath is focused on. W key. Hmm. I mean, it just looks like the price is going down to all-time lows. Could be high short interest. I don't really know that much about the company. You'd have to do some more digging. I wonder who wrote a book before ETFs existed and has continued to work in the field longer than you've been alive. It's not a lack of respect. It's pointing out that there's market mechanics that she does not consider. Best little studio. Yeah, DRS could go faster, but it's like anything, right? It will come in waves. Those waves will diminish in strength over time. The price is staying above 114. Would the hedging usually start? Isn't options hedging immediate or could happen after hours PM? It can happen in T+2 or T+4 due to the expiration of the contracts. Isn't Upstart like a cybersecurity firm? DRS has an effect on the ability to locate, yes, but is limited because ETS can be used instead to create synthetics, yes. Unless they bankrupt the stock, the only other way out of this is if GameStop goes out of business. You mean for them to get out of their short positions? That's not true. I think it's important to make clear to people that we're not in a short squeeze play. We're in a massive crowdsourced corner play that might result in a short squeeze if we do pull it off. That's a more accurate assessment. Yeah. Is it fair to say DRS is most effective when short hedges are prevented from using ETF share creation and must borrow the stock to short whenever that might happen? Yes, it is, little beefs. But you still have to remember that there is still a massive lending pool regardless of the current DRS level. If 15 million shares are DRS'd, then, you know, there's another 37 million shares that can be borrowed, theoretically. So, you know, of those 37 million shares plus the additional however many shares are in ETFs, like 13 million or something a day. Which is more than we trade most days, right? So without a significant demand on the available lending pool, then the effect of DRS, especially currently, is minimal. At 50% DRS, at 70% DRS, it becomes more relevant. But that takes far more time than we likely have. Like, you just assume short hedge funds are going to wait on the sidelines while 100% of the float is DRS'd, and it's absurd. It's just hubris. Like, they're just going to sit there and watch us slow bleed the float into fucking direct registration? No. Hey, Gurk, new here. Can you stop preaching your own views when people ask you questions? Be like Matt Kors and tell them what they want to hear. No. I can't tell people which options to buy or when to roll them. It's up to them. I can define parameters for opportunity. You know that GameStop's true SI can be revealed in Australia and Japan for public after a certain percent, like 0.5. Why no eyes on that? And what's your input? I don't think it reports. First of all, the whatever short interest is on GameStop is not being fully reported, right? It's obfuscated, and it would be just as obfuscated there as it is here. What desktop pen do you use for writing on screen? It's just like some shitty Amazon tablet that I bought. As a trained Harvard Yale regatta with intense living room rowing, whose scholarship will you accept as they compete for your sagaciousness? You're the best around. No one's ever going to keep you down. Thank you, Innate Cairo. Jimmy been tracking with the spy today, but it tracks with the spy every day. Non-stock related question. I answered that. Accepted the whole float is locked by CS. Don't you think the fact that Citadel cannot print more shares out of nothing will trigger MOASS? What do you mean? They can. They can keep using bona fide market making. And ETF share creation, regardless of how much of the float is locked. Even if 100% of the float is in CS, they can still continue to do this. Did you miss my Kofa? I might have, sorry. But did I? I don't know which one was yours. I don't think so. I read all of these. Or did I not get it? I don't see one from you, J Dubs. Just say it in the chat. They'll pay a fine in the year 2027 for not reporting SI. $10,000 big ones. Do you own a P.O. box? No. Oh, after this is over, it will be shown that the real operational and naked shorting was done via ETFs, which DRSing won't make a dent in. ETF shorting is uncharted territory. It'll be subject to increased regulation after this squeeze is unwound. Longs have the winning hand. I doubt it, given that they've known about it for fucking 11 years and have really done nothing to prevent it. But hopefully some regulation will come in to prevent it a little more. In that time, they've actually just made it worse by allowing. Oh, here's a fun one. ETF agents can transact. This is fucked up. They can transact creation without ever reporting the trade to the NSCC. How fucked is that? So no locate done, nothing. The terms of the agreement decided on between the authorized participant and the ETF agent privately outside of standard settlement terms. Just nice penmanship. Can we zoom in a hair? Sure. What's up with the DDS options chain? It's illiquid. No one's making a market for it. Probably because they expect it to squeeze and they don't want to be on the hook for the liability. Sorry if I'm missing stuff. Chat's going really fast. I like some people are playing the at-home version of this game. Well, all willy-nilly, nothing's like me. Pretty obvious the battlefield is an options. Art of War, fight them where they ain't. I don't think they realize that everything is just credit to each broker's fast account. Buys increase the broker's number held, but synthetic shares are where MM are able to legally increase it. Yeah. What the fuck? Seriously? Yep. That's just fraud, isn't it? Nope. Nope. They got it written into a rule change. What was it, back in 2018, 2019? Whatever regulation they enact towards ETF creation will be offset by regulation of retail investors limiting their options usage under the guise of preventing this from happening again. I mean, that should have been one of the first like big signals to people was back in the financial services committee hearing with DFE and Vlad and fucking Kenny and Melvin, when they started talking about how risky it was for retail to have access to options. Like that should have been the big red fucking flag to everyone in the first place. If the regulators are pushing to restrict retail options trading, that means that someone is pushing the regulators to push for that, right? And it was bipartisan support for that restriction. You had, I mean, that should make it super fucking obvious. Any fun updates on the options chain? Not too much. What are your opinions? Fair for people to question GameStop's board's silence? I mean, realistically, they could go a couple years without saying anything as long as, you know, they're presenting investment for growth. I think if that growth is subsiding, then they need to say something. But I mean, their 10Q makes it very apparent that they're investing in long-term growth and they're trying to build the company up. And that should be more than enough information for the shareholders. Most companies aren't just going out and saying stuff all day. Not everything's Tesla. If they don't bankrupt the stock, what else can they do? I think I made a clip about this, didn't I? How do they get out? Does any of the mods have that clip? How long are you looking to hold your marches until OPEX? It depends on how significant our run is over the next few days. If it's a good run, I'll sell and then buy back in after they dip it. What regulatory changes would you change if you had market superpowers? The entire market needs restructured. It's a broken system that they just apply band-aids to. Yeah, I've been looking at June 680s, but not for this run for OPEX. So I'd be buying them after this run. Opinion on the Wall Street Best post predicting a 40% run in the coming days. I mean, yeah, what about it? I mean, it's just, and I guess additional technical confirmation of the run. The MACD flip is probably enough to confirm that. Um, he had some fancy lines, but they don't really mean anything beyond what we already understand. Do you think we're seeing some resistance at 115 to prevent hitting the ramp? Yeah, they don't want us to hit, they don't want us to hit the ramp. We already have. Um, so now moves to the upside present more risk. If they're covering into this, they really have to try not to gap the price up, and it doesn't look good for them. We're already back at 116. They'll probably try to fight this resistance at least one more time before the mid-afternoon. Can you briefly explain why you're such a staunch advocate for DRS? I'm a staunch advocate for people doing whatever the fuck they want to do with their shares. Because the idea of trying to control what other people do with their shares is stupid. It'll never happen. Okay, but seriously, can the MM close out their entire short position while keeping the price at this level? No. But they can close it out over time by running it and dropping it and running it and dropping it. So unless the pressure is applied to them in the peak of these runs, then they'll just keep doing the same thing until they're out. I mean, you guys that want like GameStop to say shit, it takes time. You know, they've only been the current C-suite's really only been in place fully since June, which is like 6 months. They have to go back through all of GameStop's systems of operations and overhaul everything. They have to overhaul the e-commerce, the websites, the the logistics. I mean, they haven't even opened their fucking fulfillment centers yet. Everyone's so goddamn impatient that no one's giving them time to do the job they're supposed to do. You have so much faith in these fucking people to turn this company around and make it into something, but you don't want to give them the time to do it. It's ridiculous. With the current media sentiment against GameStop, saying nothing is their greatest tool. And if you feel like that's, disingenuous to their shareholders, then maybe this isn't a company you should be invested in. You can invest in Tesla, and fucking Elon Musk will tell you they're going to be super profitable every day on Twitter. Without actually ever fundamentally changing the underlying company. Can you put feces back on the chart so we can MOASS already? Absolutely not. I remember what he did last time. Fuck no, Velvet Jupiter. Yeah, they did fire the CEO, which probably set them back another 3 months. Do you have an academic background? Like, no, I never really worked in academia. I was a TA briefly. Very briefly. Like 2 weeks. This is what I tried to do. I didn't try to predict MOASS or tell you when it was going to happen. I tried to give retail an idea. Of when the position's betting against them. That's it. I wanted them to know when these short hedge funds and market makers and volatility traders were at their weakest. There's an N in there, sort of. It's not very clear, but it's right there. Now it's gone. God damn it. It's the most likely date. But instead of people FOMOing into options and buying out the chain and pushing the delta neutral down, which they've now started to do, which is good, Silver Reserve, they didn't. And so, yes, it was the most likely period for MOASS to occur. Does that mean MOASS can't occur? No. It was just the point at which they were most exposed. They've moved a lot of that exposure in the attempt to dodge it. I mean, it could be more obvious. In the attempt to dodge that exposure, they have shorted the shit out of the stock. What day is MOASS? Fuck you, Jay Fresh. Where one position closes, another opens. They can't close unless retail decides to sell, not even over time. Yes, they can. That's false. So is the idea that 100% of retail holds their shares through every run and every dip. And that's what nags in the back of people's minds about DRS. That's the push. That's why people feel the need to go and push direct registration, because they think it'll stop people from selling. Again, you can't control what other people do with their shares. Is buy and hold the way? Yes. Does DRS have a greater effect on illiquidity? Yes. But without a demand on that illiquidity, MOASS is unlikely. Would you say the anti-options fund was probably the most successful they've been at infiltrating and altering the opinions of some apes? I don't know. It's bred from losses, right? And a feeling of hopelessness when playing short-term options. Not to point out the fact that if, people had bought 90 DTE options at any point during the last year, they would have 10x'd. Retail just really, they're expensive. Like everyone knows, they're not cheap. And they've been kept expensive for a reason, right? Yeah, I would say some of the biggest FUD has been trying to keep Wall Street bets off the cycles. And there was a mod over there actively deleting anything related to GameStop for months, right? Did you catch my super chat? Not sure if you've touched on the subject yet. I might have missed it. I'm sorry. No. Did I? I don't think so. What was it? Just tell me what it was. Draxx. I appreciate the level-headed assessment, accurate and cold as ice. Would invest in Dill ETF. Do you think GME is more shorted than before we entered in January? It's probably relatively the same. They may have bled off some of their position, but definitely not all of it. They've definitely packed a lot of that short position into derivatives. So if this goes on for another year and people start selling, you gonna bag hold? I mean, why would I sell? I'm up. Smooth. It's not bag holding when you're up. It's only bag holding when you're down. The fucking IV on GameStop's gonna remain elevated for a very, very long time. It's not like I'm gonna lose money by holding the stock. And if you needed any more confirmation on the importance of options and the effect of them, when retail started buying options here, they have done nothing but drive the price down, as Yelia has indicated, below their exposure. And only just recently has retail finally bought enough options that the price has gone over their exposure window. And this is the break point, right? When we cross that delta neutral and they have to start hedging the upside. This is what they've been afraid of the whole time. And we can see it in the delta sensitivity spikes higher than they've been all year. Even higher than last year. Because retail buying far dated calls is about the most dangerous thing for the people in these positions that I can think of. I guess maybe if retail started trading swaps on GameStop, that would be the only thing even scarier. But how many times will we have to test 150 to really break it? I would say soon. We could break it pretty soon. The trend's holding. It's a little volatile at the bottom. I mean, they're trying to short break the trend. So when you see this like big volatility spike here that fails, this is them trying to hit stop losses in order to break the trend and bring the price back down. But they failed here. They had even less success here, and the stock is trending back up again. You're supposed to be annoying with your fears. We're down 5% more, not when we're trending higher. Okay, you do understand that if an institution sells a share of GameStop and then a short hedge fund buys it,
They can then return that share to another institution who they owe a share to. Closing the short position with that institution. This is just, we're just using one share borrowed. That institution can then sell that share again, where another short hedge fund could buy it. And then they can return it to another institution that they owe a share to. This is all just the same share. What makes you think that short hedge fund or long lenders give a fuck if the share being returned to them is real or not? They don't check. A synthetic share is a share. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. What happens is that there's a fail because they've returned a synthetic on the initial transaction, and then they just clear that with CNS. All floats are owned. It's not like Apple's sitting on a, like, 40% of its float is just sitting with no one owning it. That actually sounds really good, Aaron. I would eat the shit out of that. I might swap ham for bacon. I don't, maybe not, actually. You could do both. It doesn't matter. Give me that mango. Cranky Girk. What's going on with costs? Looks like trading stopped at 1037 to 1054. Then again, 1150 to 1202. What causes this? Just no volume being traded. Have you ever done a cashless exercise? Once. Through Schwab. Most of my exercises I've just sold out of the money contracts and exercised in the money contracts. What if I want to do this approximately 170 million times? Borrow rate is 5.1% in Canada at like one broker. It's not even universal across all the brokers. I'm getting buried in chat. Tell people about GLCO and O5 and explain why DRS isn't a cure-all. Oh, I don't really know that much about it. Didn't it get delisted or something? Is that the one where the guy fucking like DRS'd all the shares of the company and it kept trading? What's your take on the borrow rate? There's a greater demand for shares of GameStop currently. What is CNS? Continuous net settlement. We're up 5%. Why are people so negative today? I don't know. A lot of new people, I think. Well, they don't want to do that, Darb, because it's a loss, right? If they borrow a share right now at $112 to cover a short at 5, they've lost $107. That's what keeps the short position alive, right? But what they do by running the stock and dumping the stock and running the stock and dumping the stock is they can take those $5 shorts and they can average them up by shorting here, right? And then clear shorts at the volume weighted average price. It takes time, especially if they're as excessively short as we suspect. Do you think out of the money CC's safe-ish to sell next Wednesday? What's next Wednesday? Yeah, probably. Not gonna be worth a lot. I know they're a self-clearing broker. Cashless exercise is only for employee options or margin accounts. Cashless is always only for margin accounts. Exercise and sell to cover can be done on a cash account. Don't you hate it when someone burns popcorn in the BlackRock break room? It stinks up the whole place. How's Dick's looking? I don't know. Did Turd send me anything? No, I don't even know if he's on today. Turd, if you're on, can you send me the dark pool for today, the percentage? Are we breaking down out of the uptrend? A little bit. Yeah. We usually do around this time of day anyway. Usually trade pretty flat through the midday. As long as we hold a higher price point, that's good. Thoughts on loop ring? I own some. The CNS is the 2 days before your shares settle when hedgies slather themselves all in mayo and roll around in your shares. Sort of. Chim Express gets no love. Much better growth outlook than AMC. Yeah, well, it's, no, my name isn't Ethan. I just explained it to you, Richard. What's a reasonable expectation for this week? A run to 150? We'll see what happens on the third, but possibly like 150, 160 on the high end. 120, 125 could be just as likely. So the idea with this FTD is on overlap pile up further, so more price action expected as we move along the window. The importance is that ETF FTDs are net always net short, and so they create buy pressure. Provided that they're in great enough quantities that they can't be effectively cleared through CNS. 46.12 dark pool for GME today. Thank you, Lyle. I appreciate that. Oh. Looks like about 55%, actually. Why is paid data always so much better? Thanks, Turd. I do own LRC. I bought a bunch of it at like 40 cents. What about the assumption that all shares are owned? What about it? What do you think that the broker do you think that a lender is lending shares and then when the shares come back are like, I wonder if this one's real? They don't give a shit. If an MM returns a fake share, then they're on the hook for the FTD. The fucking lender doesn't care. They'll close the position. So if I'm a AP and I owe a lender 500,000 shares of GameStop, then I'm going to create those in an ETF and give them to the lender and close my position. Now, in time, that ETF is going to fail that creation, right? And then I will have 35 calendar days to find those shares or clear this fail. Now, this is a net short fail of 500,000 shares, right? If I can find 500,000 buy volume, then these will cancel each other out through continuous net settlement. That means the lender is satisfied and the FTD is satisfied, all without ever trying to find one real fucking share of GameStop. Why don't they do this? Why haven't they just cleared 100% of their short position? Because it's grossly negative. Because they have to average the loss up on the short position before they can clear it without taking massive losses. Would you recommend doing long straddle calls for earnings periods? Oh, yeah. That's what I thought it was. Fuck me in the pants. Yeah, GLCO in '05. The dude bought all the shares, including synthetics, and the next 2 days it had volume of 60 million, but he didn't trade any shares at all. So yeah. Created their shares in an ETF. How can an MM do that? Through creation redemption. It's not crime. That's all legal. In a system that trades billions of synthetic shares a day, you need something as efficient as continuous net settlement. Otherwise, everything would just fail all over the place. What you explained is not crime, like making counterfeit money, right? No, it's allowed by law. But redemption and creation is a process guaranteed to authorized participants by law. It's not a wrong assumption. Your assumption is wrong, Richard Edmondson. No, it's not crime unless there's a law that forbids it. Is it ethical? Absolutely not. Is it legal? Yes. No, because CNS has satisfied the 500,000 shares. Laws made by criminals, sure. Yeah, they could turn CNS off. That'd be interesting. I mean, these are organizations incentivized to ride the razor's edge of the law. Exploit any available loophole. This is what they hire people to do. They hire the best and brightest minds and pay them the most money in order to facilitate these processes. Can you draw the bottom resistance, please? Having a hard time seeing how far back it goes. We've stayed on this uptrend pretty steadily for a couple days now. We've actually broken clear of it. I would say that we're on a higher, in fact, a higher trend here. like that. People focus too much on the 1 minute sometimes. You gotta pay attention to the overall movement of the stock. This is a solid bounce. We've cleared, almost cleared our peak on last Wednesday. Very close. We'll probably continue to go up through this afternoon. Remember November, right? If we go back to the ETF FTD run up from November, we had a few days of up, right? Some a little more significant than others, and then November 3rd hit and we spiked really, really hard. I expect that we will continue this same sort of pattern this cycle. To a greater extent, the FTDs are greater. But similar outcome, right? Run from the ETFs into a bit of shorting, but still capturing about 50% of the value gained, and then probably, if they're smart, a slow climb into the OPEC state in order to rug pull on the T+2 window again. So be prepared for that in Feb OPEX, because they've done it once and they could do it again. No, they're cleared. If they have one buy and one short, and there's going to CNS, poof. Satisfied. A lot of the initial shorting in a day is to keep us from gaining too much value from the later half of the day's run. So by dropping the price early in the morning, they keep buyers disinterested for the rest of the day, which allows them to cover slowly without any risk of bumping the price too much. If we rip out of the gates, then they have to try to cover while FOMO is coming in. And with the illiquidity in the price, the stock is prone to gapping up, and it creates a very dangerous situation for them. It's Feb OPEX T+2 from 218, correct? Yeah, that's correct. So 21, 22, 23rd of February is the gamma exposure settlement window. But remember, in November, they pre-hedged. So they started hedging appropriately, like the Wednesday before OPEX. And what that allowed them to do was, volumetrically, OPEX was not very significant, right? So instead of getting the usual like hard run that we get, when they close out the previous Friday at or below max pain, we got a very slow, gradual incline with a slight volatility spike at the end of it, and then an immediate rug pull. I'm not saying they'll do that again, but they could, and we should be aware of them doing that in the past. Holiday 221. What holiday's on 221? President's Day? Is it on 221? I could fuck shit up. So 22nd, 23rd then. No, I don't want a hot dog. There's no T+21, but yes, OPEX options exposure is the T+2 after the index ETF quarterly expiration. Tigger didn't freeze, they just aren't buying. No shares to borrow from what I see. I mean, you can't see all the shares available to borrow. If there were no shares to borrow, the rate would be much higher. When do you plan to secure profits? Roll your calls from March. If we experience a significant run in the next couple days. OI for Feb 18 is still quite high. I'm aware. It'll get shed if we run in the next couple days. Do you like kofta? Yeah, that's good. Feb 24th is both last day of Gex if order placed before open, correct? Yes. But wasn't there a holiday on the last OPEX too, right? We had Thanksgiving that week, but it was the end of the week is what it was. So yeah, but it should just push anything out to the next morning. Yeah, a couple upside gaps. I'm sure we'll fill these in later. I think we'll probably climb into the end of the day. So I'm looking at learning to get into options. Would you take a small amount of money and buy options? No, absolutely not. Just paper trade them. Why would you lose money to learn? You don't need to. If you can learn for free without losing your money, isn't that better? How do you adapt to a stock that is breaking trend the opposite of how you were expecting? Ride the wave? Get the fuck out? Greg, I just want to say the amount of knowledge I've obtained from watching you is indescribable. My understanding of options in the market now far surpasses what I learned in my MBA, etc. Thanks, random dude. I'm not into DRS, but regarding what you said about DDS, wouldn't DRS equate to closely held? If they DRS 70% of the float, wouldn't it be the same as a DDS situation? Potentially, yeah. We're a long way off from that. Even if DRS numbers come in on the next quarterly at like 15 million, we're still a long way off from 70%. What would you consider a considerable run? $30, $40 or more. They're selling the 570p. That's good. BlackRock isn't anybody's friend. All the BlackRock buy-in tells me is there's now 473,000 more shares available to lend. The purple line is the break point between, or the put call parity break point. So above 111, there are more calls than puts. Are BlackRock shares out of the DTC hands? Probably not. I mean, well, maybe. OPEX T+2 would be Feb 22nd, 23rd due to holiday. Yes. Reddit update? Yeah. Probably a good idea. Where's the price action? We're up $3. Today's the first day of the overlap, but I still don't expect the futures ETF FTDs till the 3rd. On the 3rd, and then the December Leap ETF FTDs are on the 8th. So those should be more significant than the rest of this. We have overlapping ETF FTDs starting today. BlackRock uses computer share too. Everyone does. They're like one of the largest transfer agents. Thanks for all the knowledge you've bestowed upon me. Things like stuff ordered at window, but they're not DRSing their holdings. They're mostly in ETFs. Do you expect a significant price suppression push tomorrow? They may try. I don't know. We're up again today, which means more hedging. They're really stacking up the upside hedging, right? Like 5% Friday, 10% yesterday, 3% today so far. I would say that the third is probably going to be more significant than the eighth. On regular candles today, the chart is empty. Volume is nowhere. We have 2.5 million volume today already. Has it all executed? Maybe not. I would say 55% of it hasn't. I don't think Citadel has any influence over CS. I'm not sure if the transfer of shares through CAT would be able to free up any FTE obligations. I don't think so. 3.3% while the SPY's flat. It is good. I am single. Give me 1 second. There we go. Ugh. I'm always uncomfortably bullish. Time to see a doctor? Could be. It's rare for us to have this much negativity on a green day. We just have a lot of, I think it's partially that we just have a lot of new people in here. Like a lot of people are not familiar with the streams or my thoughts on GameStop, or have false assumptions bred from too much time on Super Stonk. Can you marry Ryan Cohen and adopt me? Or there's some lurkers who watched, logged out, but came to support you because you're awesome. Thanks, time traveling superpositional cat. If you draw the bottom of the bullish trend starting at 127 close and then stop starting at 1150 today, I think you'll like where the tip of the wedge is. Oh, I'm aware. The trend is good. We're fine. And we're moving into the later afternoon where we usually start to see some of that dark pool volume dump out. We're not brand new, half row. God damn it, biggest Dan. I just read through all of that. If your bullishness lasts for more than a year or more than $80,000 in losses, ask your doctor if Baritol TM is right for you. How do you know they've used all their shorts for the day? We don't. Are we going to get spicy at 1269? I fucking hope so. Baradactyl. New end of stream PSA, eggs frying a pan. This is your brand. RSS new. Working my way up to Pontific View up $100 at a time. Thank you so much, Grizz. I appreciate that, man. License to bill. Watch your how they get out vid. Based on that strat, would you assume that if MOASS doesn't happen by end of year, the play is basically over? Regardless, appreciate all your time and insight through it all. Not necessarily. I mean, yes, I see a path for them getting out of their short positions. Yes, I think we're pushing back against that. Time will tell, and these cycles will tell. You know, if these cycles start to pan out and continue to pan out in a timely manner, they're only going to increase, right? This is knowledge we haven't had for a very long time. I mean, we only started considering it in August. By November, you know, we'd told some of retail about it. By now, I think people are starting to understand it. But it's, you know, if people are pushing the outer edges of that volatility by holding, you know, far dated call options, it becomes more difficult for them to drop the price to a sustainable low. So by holding options, you know, if they're trying to cycle between these 2 points, right? if this is their plan and they plan to short the peak, cover at the bottom, short the peak, cover at the bottom, right? And our options contracts are pushing the volatility of this event up, right? And the perceived price of this event up, then, you know, we're also gaining capital and leverage, which means that it's harder for them to realize the same bottom, which changes our projected growth moving forward, right? So the next time, you know, if they've restabilized and projected a target here, and then we're pushing even higher again, and then don't forget all the capital gained from these events is going into buying stock here at the bottom. It's like squeezing their position from both sides, and it makes it much harder for them to escape, and, you know, over time can prevent a greater threat. The question is, will we do this in enough time? Will retail catch on to this? Will this idea flourish? We can't obviously act together, right? Because it's just hundreds of thousands of separate entities acting of their own free will. So all we can do is point it out. And if the opportunity is seized, yeah, I see significant advantage for retail moving forward. And I think this cycle started to cement the ideas behind my thesis and how it works. You know, a lot of people didn't understand this even going into the January run. Some still don't. But the more it's talked about, the more it's discussed, the more theories and theses that come out that support it, which many have since I released the initial DD. We've found other news sources of data that have only gone to further back this same thesis. And so, you know, I think as that starts to happen, we'll see this idea expand, and we'll see retail really taking this role of the aggressor. And I think if that happens, our odds of MOASS or a short squeeze or a gamma squeeze that leads to a short squeeze become significantly improved. Suggestion for school of stock: take your clipped videos and elaborate in more detail. I clipped it. Maybe. Talk is cheap. It takes money to buy whiskey. Yeah. Would you agree that the massive and unprecedented amount of internalization this cycle is the main thing making your thesis look incorrect? Charts tell the truth, but only if the data is there. Yes, and also no, right? Like, we still see the effect. I just think that the effect is not as strong as we would like. Stefan, like on the futures FTD date, right? Like, you know, we saw the effect. We saw massive amounts of internalization, but we still saw a price climb to almost $120. We're seeing the price climb now due to the overlapping ETF FTDs, which began, you know, yesterday. We're seeing the delta hedging occur due to the price increases. So it's not that it's not that the thesis looks incorrect. It's that people just need to understand that the thesis is not projective of a rate of change in the price. It is projective of what's due and when. And I think the internalization and the massive shorting campaign that's taken place over the last several weeks only go to further prove the effect of the thesis, the effect that retail buying long dated options has as they have been buying them. And I think we reached that inception point where retail had bought more call options than shorts had available pressure to continue to avoid. And now that we've seen that crossover event, I expect we'll see upside. Looking forward to your other channel and getting my learn on. Been watching you for months. How often do you plan on uploading topics that we can learn from? Appreciate you. I want to finish up the video I've been working on today for the first video. And then I don't know. It's hard. It's taken me far longer to get it up and running than I expected it to. I know, it seems like my life exists here on the stream, but I do have other shit that I need to get done throughout the day. So it's hard to do that, and it's going to be harder to do both. But I have a lot of help from people in the community and stuff, and it makes it easier. If I didn't think there was potential in the play, I wouldn't still be in it. I wouldn't lie to you guys. I wouldn't continue to hold my shares. I would fucking sell and walk away and move on to other shit. I have not picked up my coffee grinder. The odds of me picking up my coffee grinder are very slim right now. I don't want a gimmick. I don't. It's stupid. Just like Cat is stuck in the channel. Do you think GME is stuck in a channel from 100 to 300? I mean, it is. You draw the giant wedge from market open, low, and high that we're consolidating towards. Sure, but why do it on the 1 minute? Just do it on like the 15 or even the 30. 15 is probably good. Could even probably go further back with this support. It looks good. Bullish. I expect us to move up at the end of the day anyway, regardless of the technical analysis. If I fly to New York, deliver your coffee grinder to you. No thanks. No, Chelsea, coffee grinder are not same as puts. More profits on more shares. Yep. You really need an assistant. I really don't make assistant money. Please have another grinder shipped to you somehow. You're giving me anxiety about it. Thank you, Economist Moist. They were supposed to ship it, but like they were supposed to just deliver it to me. But then I don't know, their like delivery driver got COVID. That was months ago. And they were like, oh, he can't do deliveries. And then I was like, well, can you have someone else deliver it? And they were like, oh, we don't think so. You're going to have to pick it up. And then I don't want to go out to fucking Brooklyn. I got to get on the subway. It's bullshit. Or drive there? That's even worse. Then I'm going to lose my parking spot. Options Education's relationship to MOASS is still downvoted on Reddit. Have you considered reposting it again to combat it? I have. I think just people talking about it and the natural growth of the idea is sufficient. People aren't like talking about it less now than they were before. It's more, right? People are talking about it more because the effects are becoming more and more obvious to more and more people. It's like, look, take a play out of DFE's book, right? Look at when DFE started buying into GameStop and the shit he got. And then look at the period from, August 2020 to January 2021, and look at the shift in sentiment towards him and towards his idea. I see what you're saying, Windmill, but I'm not going to acknowledge it. I'll clip it, but I can't post it to Super Stonk. For those of you who are new here, we're definitely not a cult, but you can consider us as the new plunge protection team after MOASS. Thanks, Mohammed. I appreciate it, man. Ew. Doing shortings. All right, this is on the 15-minute. Have we fallen out on the 15-minute? We have. Lame. So, low trend. Ew, Yonkers. You should put your clips on Superstock. I'm not allowed to upload my clips to Superstock. You said 111 was the new number. It looks like they found a way to get there as always. Yep. Thanks, Ed Clean. Ooh, big push. This is a little more concentrated. Are they buying in the money puts again? At least not yet. Well, I guess we need some time. 1, 2, 3. Probably about 10 more minutes to see what the fuck's going on here. We've got plenty of time. When did we start moving up again yesterday? We didn't really break out till like 2:30. Around this time we were doing kind of the same shit, just bottoming out on the trend. Is there a consistent drop at 1 p.m. Eastern every day for the reverse repo money? Did the market drop also? Yeah, could be. Just algos following market trends. How they're shooting Jimmy puts with AMC bonds again? What? I don't think that's a thing. Could be, but that'd be very hard to prove. I wish you could voice over other stressful situations in my life. Sorry. You said Jan is the highest possible chance for MOASS. If we can't get MOASS at the highest chance and a year later, then MOASS is a fantasy, no? I said it's the highest probability period for MOASS. I didn't say that there was no MOASS if it didn't happen during this period. I feel like I specifically stated it's not a guarantee that MOASS is going to happen during this period. Just because it's the highest possible chance doesn't mean it's the only chance. June is also high. There's leap exposure in June as well. Not to the same extent as January, but it's high. It's higher than March or September. Don't forget there's other things that can go on with the company as well. Like, the company can start to announce things and grow in this time period as well. The thesis is still removed from any catalyst. Yeah, Grace. It's definitely a thing. Matt Crapmore's told me it's a thing, bro. That sounds like a reliable source of information. Can you repeat some other things that you said about 30,000 times just to get them out of the way before you get asked? I'll do my best. Can you explain how it's good, right? It's not bad. It's not even bad for the people that have heard it 100 or 500 times. Can you explain how TA is a self-fulfilling prophecy and your argument against it? Might be too general, but this continues to come up. I mean, TA is a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. It's a way of looking at complicated data sets quickly via the trends that they present and the price of an equity. I mean, it's not an end all be all of predictive stock movement. if all you're relying on is technical analysis, I think that ultimately you will not be that successful of a trader. You need to have a bit more than that. You need to understand the psychology behind these moves. You need to understand, like, if you're just drawing triangles, you're not going to get rich. I feel like everyone's bashing Gurk like he's the one that pressed the buy button on all your trades. Squeeze or not, it's a great investment. It is. And it's cheap. It's cheap as fuck right now. Is it a strange coincidence that RC's agreement ends on Feb 9th, one day after the cycle ends? Probably. I mean, that's what I'm building the new channel for, right? To address those common questions. Which will just increase the number of less common questions until they also become common. I made my AMD leaps about $50 ago. Maybe my AMD leaps about $50 ago. Well, it's going back up, isn't it? Sorta, a little bit. That's fine. They're leaps. I believe that this much negativity today is intentional FUD being disguised as questions. Don't buy a genuine prevailing negative sentiment when we are up. Not tinfoil hat, but this feels coordinated. That's pretty tinfoil hat, but it could be. Who knows? Who cares? I'm not gonna sell because of it, right? So it doesn't fucking matter. And coordinate all the shit they want. TA doesn't work because everyone else, including the big players, are looking at the same TA you are. I mean, that's also why it works, in a sense. Thoughts on SS possible DD about how Citadel might have been taken over by the Fed? I have no thoughts on that. That sounds dumb. I'm here to coordinate that Gurk reveals his true identity as Persian. Thanks, Jared. What question has nobody ever asked you? Can you answer it for me? What? I'm tired of hearing the term FUD, too. It's already moved from, like, serious accusation to just, like, a meme. Lost child of Gary Gensler? No, I have far too much hair for that to be true. There's a lot of people that say diamond hands a lot, but can't handle a $3 dip. I mean, it's $150 dip, but yes, I agree. Thoughts on cooking meat with mayonnaise? Is that a thing? Like, weird. For the denatured proteins from the egg, like a fried egg steak. Sounds fucking disgusting. Not to fud, but our share puts same as calls. Poke the stock, please. Oh, it didn't work. Bad Gurk. What's the most uncommon animal you've eaten? Probably rattlesnake. It wasn't good. It made my tummy upset. BlackRock 13G filing. Yeah, they bought like 473,000 shares. EMA cross an uptrend on the 1 hour. Yeah, no, we look good. I'm not concerned about the price moving up more. I think it will. I mean, I know people who work in finance who read Super Stonk and they get a big kick out of it. For the most part. Don't get me wrong, there's good shit on SS. It's still been a breeding ground for intelligent thought in regards to GameStop. It's just that, like, there's no moderation over what is and isn't factual research. And so lots of false narratives get spun up and believed in. It's happened the entire time. I mean, there's been so much shit on SS that I've had to like put to bed or lay to rest. That it's just, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, there's still a guy going on about fucking Fed RRP. We still have Charlie spewing whatever fucking nonsense he's going to talk about. The fact that an opinion based on a screenshot of an SEC report counts as DD should be reconsidered, maybe. Remember having to use actual encyclopedias? Man, now instead we have interwebs and our own sassy Kirkipedia. Hotels need one in every nightstand. Thanks, Trace Subway Cup. Just Subway Cup. Sorry, dropped the. Good for you. I think the biggest like horseshit narrative over the last year is that people shouldn't make money off of the stock they own, right? that like there's only one acceptable way to generate profits off of your ownership in GameStop. Like retail could have sold puts on every dip and just cleaned up, or sold covered calls on every peak. Not like the way Moonwind sells them like a fucking degenerate, but like the right way. Delta neutral is 97.22. Max pain is 105. Put call parity is 111. You're telling me we can't tell when MOASS is going to occur based on the position of Kenny's jet? We can't even tell if Kenny's in the fucking jet. Covered calls don't really affect price action of the underlying. They're already secured, right? So they're not really hedged. Can you describe, you're selling a hedged call when you sell a covered call. The hedge is already built into it. That's why they're considered safe and like a low level options requirement. That's fun. I mean, I didn't do it either. I didn't sell covered calls on any of the run-ups. Should I have? Probably. I didn't buy puts on the dips, even though I knew they were going to happen. How do you go about deciphering what information is important, what is bullshit? As an inexperienced trader who's interested in learning it, it's hard with so many abstract pieces of information. Any tips? If you think something is right, dig into it. Look into it more than what you just see at the surface level. Verify it. If you know, this kind of for most people, this kind of shit is not something they're interested in at all, right? Like it's just not. I think for the people in this stream, more so. But most people in here just want to get rich. They don't really give a fuck what happens. They want me to tell them. But if finding out more information and learning more about that topic is something that interests you, dig into it. See if the DD is correct. Check it. Poke holes in it. Act as your own devil's advocate. Don't ever take something someone else has said and assume it to be true. That's me, anyone, ever. Last time I poked holes in something, Secure had another kid. Oh. Yeah, Occam's razor is a thing. I don't trust what I saw Rook of Spades do, so I tested it out myself. It does, in fact, make chocolate bananas. Not chocolate. Dirty banana. Spy's having a terrible time with 450. Is it? I think the point is that it's just pushing 450. Whatever to our friend Ecstasy or whatever her name was. Haven't heard of a peep from her since you made her mod. She's usually here every day. I don't know. I haven't heard from her either. It's a good point. 23andMe. Our lab results show that Gherkin is an adopted pickle of Kenny's. Kenny wronged Gherkin, and Gherkin sought revenge on his adopted father. Gherkin's mother is half Persian, and Gherk drinks chai. Gherkin is so Persian that he doesn't know he's Persian. Thanks, 23andMe. Cat about to use its 9th life on 205 again. Let me check this out. That looks good. Jesus Christ. This upside resistance is insane. This is literally a free money printer. Is it gonna drop again? No. I'm gonna hold. My fucking calls are for June. I've got time. Maybe we should just average up. Rowing was cool. I didn't exercise in a long time, so I got fucking all hot and winded after like 12 minutes. Do you think wash sale rebuys helped big yesterday? Possibly. Wash sale? What wash sales? See, this is another thing. Like these ideas of married call puts and wash sales is horseshit. The fucking SEC knows all about that. They have better systems in place. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. You keep ignoring my question. Did you wear shorts to exercise? No. I wore pants. Like athleisure pants. I have like 4 pairs of Lululemon ass lifting tights. I just threw a pair of those on, went to town on the rower. Don't talk about you being all hot before I have to go to the gym. I'll never make it there. It's okay. You'll be all right, Smocks. It's not about whether he can afford a higher tier membership. It's just the acknowledgement of support that matters from possibly fake DFE, who seems to know way too much about DFE, and it creeps me out. Oh, they do hug the Cavs nice. Sold 2020, sold for 2020, lost, wait a month, and repurchase. Bogus? Wait, what do you mean? You watch sold? What are you talking about? I will say I've seen so many wash sales on people's fucking positions that they've, for some reason, decided to show me. It's a big red candle. Crime? No, just a red candle. Skipping lunch to give you money instead. Hashtag bikini season. Thanks, Subway Cup. Don't skip your lunch. You should eat. It's good for you through the day. I don't do that, and it leaves me bogged down and tired into the mid-late afternoon. Well, yeah, like you said, people sold during the sneeze. No, that's FUD, remember? No one sold. All of those gain loss, like all those gain porns on Wall Street bets were fake and created to make us think people sold. Of course they did. It didn't matter because the shorts didn't fucking use that opportunity to cover. Can you tell whether puts are behind the price action? I mean, we're not really going down a lot. It's not like they're slamming us. They're just trying to stabilize the price action so that they can probably cover at the end of the day some more. There's some April 14th 130s, but not an excessive number of them. I wouldn't say you put interest is even very high today. Mostly just bullish shit for next week and this week. Pretty sad when Jimmy only goes up during forced buy-ins. Well, that's because no one else is trading the stock for the most part. And we have some long interest, but it's not a lot. I transferred from WeBull to Fidelity, and it said they recorded that I execute. That should clear. Call them and clear it. So BlackRock cry happened on Gen 6 and after hours? Or do you think they bought little by little over the last month? There's no way to tell. It could have been that after hours buy we saw. It's possible. I mean, it's like the first update since what, August? So it could have happened at any time between then and now. Probably nearer to now because cheap. Have you ever traded mini futures? Yeah. Also, just the big boy ones. I just like a couple weeks ago or last week was it? I traded VIX futures. They're expensive. They're like options times 100. I'm wearing pants. Yes. I have a few wash sales. Does that mean tax time? It means you won't be able to write off the loss for the difference. It's not that big of a deal. $473,000 shares. Blood money. We could have. I can't imagine. I'd imagine BlackRock would have conducted their buys in after hours. or dark pools, especially that many shares. What's the advantage of trading VIX futures? Massive leverage. That's about it. It's like trading like VXX on crack. Is overall market volatility done for now? No. It's just taking a short break. Could the BlackRock increase be some kind of sign to the market like the JPM could have been? Yeah, that's possible. I mean, the price is down. I couldn't imagine they'd need to buy more shares of GameStop for ETFs, so it's just a long position. Can you send exit strategy video? It's in the playlists, like the stream clips. Han just linked it, actually. Was that the new one, Han? Sweet. I edited it and reposted it. Okay, I'll assume it is. Dipping pickles in duck butter equals riskier than futures. Oh boy, that's a whole set of things. Wait, there's a better video. Trying to understand CNS and how it can help eliminate hedge fund shorts. Does NSCC then carry the net short somehow? Nope, just cleared. Is it just some kind of can kicking? No, it's literally how they net settle a failure to deliver. Fidelity denied my level 2 options request, allowed in TDA and WeBull. They said they cannot tell me why I was denied. Any idea why someone would be denied or what you need to get approved? Fidelity tends to hold higher standards for options approval than a lot of other brokerages, Matthias. It could be income, it could be risk tolerance, or probably the reasons they denied you. Also, they just got some backlash in the news about kind of opening up options at too low of a level, so I'd expect they're clamping down on it even harder. 2.4 viewers, 2.1k likes, 300 Spartans. Please like the video. Thanks, UNAS. Are you talking about the one from 8 days ago? I think so. It's fairly recent. It's called like exit strategy, old but still relevant, or something like that. If you degen struggle with options concepts, you should not even think about futures trading. I agree. It's also like the price of a car for a contract. So quintuple bottom, we're just chopping. There's no real significant volume either direction. There was some down, but that seems to be dying off now too. Only 2.4 viewers. Yeah. It's just me, you, Segan 43, and 1.4 of hand. Max pins at 105. You can trade E-minis, they're 1/20th the price. Yeah, that's true. But you also have to know that the futures market is full time, very full time. If we end the day above DN, will they hedge after hours or end of each week? If we end the day above delta neutral, will they hedge after hours or end of week? It's like T+2. It's not being above delta neutral. It's percent price increase per day that causes the hedge. What's the significance of the 9th? I'm new here. As far as I know, the only thing that happens on the 9th is RC can speak again. John Charbanks. Do you think we broke out of the 2-month downward trend? Yeah, I mean, we're still confirming the bounce, but it looks strong. We all know the moon isn't made of green cheese, but what if we're made of barbecue spare ribs? Would you eat it then? That's a lot of spare ribs. No. Ugh, that's too much. Too many sweet meats. Thanks for all your patience and answering questions, even for non-members. Same question repeats. If nothing else, I'll come away from this having learned so much more than before. Thanks, Dilly. 9th is my birthday. Happy birthday in advance, Johnny A. Do you refer to your calves as sweetmeats? Reviewing price action on F. Ford. Oh, hold on. That's weird. Looks like a big volume spike. Yeah, that looks like an institutional buy of some sort. Have Leap settled back down on this? So weird. And Leaps are just dirt cheap. I still think Ford's going to continue up. It's experienced so much growth. Um, it's like $300 for a fucking January $22 Leap. It's got a massive float there. It's not a quick mover. You don't want to play. I wouldn't want to play anything short term on Ford. What a poop day. All that initial rush. Are we gonna find a fucking floor here or what? Oh, what have I done? We've got to be nearing a bounce. It's the opposite of the. Hmm. Huh. If we just consider this like a bump and run. Just look at this on the 5-minute. That'd be pretty close, right? Yeah, it's like right on this like upper trend. Where the fuck is that? The EMA 180. So 110, right around 110 should be maybe where we find our support for a reversal. We're hitting it right now. Does Cat make yacht engines? I didn't know that. I've gone all day without being in timeout. I would say that's a win for the day. Congratulations. You think they're going to run it up suddenly during the next 2 days? Yeah, hopefully that doesn't occur during after hours. SPY's trending up. All the Reddit stocks are trending down. What did that hit? 109.72. I'm going to roll my Feb 18 220 to March 18 160. I have 700 in my account. Will I have to wait for the cash to settle? As long as you don't have any GFVs, no. You shouldn't have to wait. You won't be able to sell that option for T+1 without generating a GFV. Isn't tomorrow the same day as the FTD cycle as November 3rd? No, the 3rd is. November 3rd is the same day as the November. Right? Do I need to check this? Are you saying it's wrong? We can check. November 3rd was T plus 3 plus 6 plus 34 days. Wait, no, that's wrong. It's the wrong day. T plus 6 plus 34 was November 3rd. And then T plus 3 plus 6 plus 34. I think I already measured this like 100 times, but yeah, November 3rd. November 3rd might have been due November 2nd, actually. And they just covered it first thing in the morning. But it looks like Feb 3rd. Remember, whatever day the FTD is due, they have till market open the following day to place the orders. And this, I know this is hard for people to understand because those orders can then go into dark pools and execute hours to 24 hours to 48 hours even later. Because of their ability to manipulate the exact time frames, it makes it very difficult to predict runs down to like a specific day. We've been pretty spot on, actually. But that's because they wait until the very last fucking minute to cover every time. If they didn't, if they covered in advance, it'd be much more obscured, but they don't. Won't be another 2222 for 100 years. I think you can say that about literally any day. There wasn't going to be a 22020 for 100 years either. Kirk, what'd you do? We're ripping. Is there still a gap? No gap. Is there a pre-market one? A shitty gap? No. Shit gaps, Randy. Shit gaps. Trust the liquor, Girk. $55% of DP volume. I'm sure if they're internalizing order flow, they're gonna release the sell side first, right? Lost all our money on liquor, boys. Lost all our liquor money. Sorry, guys. I bought my first option today. That's why it's going down. You didn't pick a terrible day. Don't worry about it. Oh, I gotta remember to transfer these fucking shares. That's the problem, is this fucking off number. Either need to transfer them or buy 85 more. How much is that? 9,000. Check DMs to get hungry. You know, I probably would have gone with over medium on the eggs. I don't like my bread getting, when I'm eating a sandwich, I don't like wet bread, Aaron. It looks delicious, but there's too much yolk. I would want the yolk a little firmer, just a touch, like a ramen egg. No, I'm just transferring them to a different brokerage because I don't want to have that many shares here. Also, if I transfer those extra 15 shares to my Vanguard account, I'll have an even number in my Vanguard account, which has been driving me nuts for months. Hope that last message doesn't get me banned. What did you say? Soggy and moist? That's not gonna get you banned. Add challah, French toast, or just the right amount of skillet thyme, salted butter, real maple syrup, moist. Interesting. Did you prepare a custard for it, or did you just like dip it in egg? That's the secret. is you have to prepare a custard for your French toast. Then you put them in a shallow bottom pan. You pour the custard mixture, like the vanilla custard mixture, over the French toast, and then you refrigerate it overnight so it firms up, and then you fry it. It'll change your life. That splash of Grand Marnier too. It's fucking some orange peel. Ooh, fuck! I'm hungry. Custard is go fuck yourself, JB. Custard is not gross. You make me French toast. No, not like English custard. It's like a thin custard. It's egg, heavy cream, vanilla, cinnamon. You could do a touch of nutmeg if you really want to fucking blow your socks off. Just the yellow part. No whites. You don't want any whites. They ruin the way the bread toasts. So you want to separate some yolks out. I mean, fresh vanilla bean, not fucking vanilla extract. That's like beaver anus. It's disgusting. Oh, of course, yeah. Like a stale baguette is best. You should start a cooking stream. I should have done that instead of an educational finance channel. You take that back. You just insulted all of Canada. No, I didn't. I didn't say anything about poutine. Well, it is called School of Stock. Interesting. Yeah, but that really, I feel like that pigeonholes me with just like making stock. What the fuck is going on with this Ko-Fi? Oh, there it goes. That sounded so good. How do I do that, man? Instant Pot? For seasoning, I have salt, pepper, cumin, and oregano leaves. No, that's the wrong end. That's savory. You don't want a savory French toast. Or do you? Ooh. Interesting. Savory French toast. It could be done. Nothing like thinking about beaver anus when trying to whip up a batch of fresh custard. Yeah, you just let it sink in. Yeah, they do savory crepes. We don't clip these parts of the stream. We don't want people to know what goes on in here. Let them keep thinking we're a bunch of shills. It's far better that way. Pear and cardamom compote on French toast. That sounds good. I made French toast with cardamom and nutmeg in the custard, and then I made a sauce with Saint Germain, which is like elderflower liqueur. Whew, that was good. That was good. You know what? I poached some pears too. There was poached pear. I miss cooking. I used to have time to do that. Now if I cook, I have to do it for thousands of people. Saint Germain is cloyingly sweet, but you can offset that with some acidic. So I put some lemon in, and like the acid kind of doesn't make it so awful. Dolmadas, like the stuffed grape leaves, those are good. Remember that time we talked about the 3% borrow rate all day? I do. Cooked in the oven for maximum goodness. Matt Corris says he now likes pineapple on steak and cheese subs. That makes sense. And says New York pizza is overrated. Matt Corris is also overrated. So somehow. Looks like we found a floor finally. Maybe not. We could drop a little lower, I think. It should be right here at like 110, but if they try to break the trend, it'll drop a little lower. Goulash and bread dumplings. Okay. That doesn't sound terrible. I'm not a big fan of goulash, but thanks, Dominic. I hope so. Will there be homework in school stock channel? If so, will the excuse my dog ate my digital file suffice? Also, I never did homework in high school. Why would I give you homework? If you don't want to learn, don't bother. My chart had historical support at 190.95. I mean, it's just gonna have support in that range. Supports and resistances are always are act within a range. They're never. I mean, you can get them pretty accurate, and 109.95 would be pretty accurate. But they'll always have a high and a low range within that support. They act like I've explained this before. They act like a area of higher gravity, right? Like the stock likes to stay around them unless buy pressure or sell pressure exceed the range of support, and then it'll break up or down. School stock, live videos, pre-recorded or a mix. Either way, looking forward to it. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a mix of things. I was actually thinking about doing like a video and then a live stream to like review the video and answer questions on it. I don't really know though. I'm still like thinking about it. All you guys want is me to be on the screen more. Area of higher gravity sounds like a pretty fancy way of saying demand zone. That felt important. How much for your course? Free? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think market basics should be something that's charged for. You should clip your Zero's DCE plays for your new education stream. Start them off with the good stuff. I think the idea is to not start them off with degenerate YOLOs into Zero DTE plays. Cassoulet. It's not my favorite. I've had it. It's good. Fuck off. Akbar looks like a plugin. Well. $180 end of day. Would it be? Do we even have enough time? All right, it's good that we're moving up for power hour. Let's keep it going. Ooh, I got an idea. Check DMs. You can have other professors. Like, we choose a topic with talking points I can familiarize myself with and send it to you to be featured on the topic. That could be cool. I mean, obviously, I'd have to review footage, but yeah, maybe. I actually reached out to a couple of my like old professors to see if they would be interested in like contributing in any way. But most of the topics they would discuss are kind of advanced, so I wanted to build up like the ground level stuff first. What did I major in? Finance. I had minored in biology. Such a key to success that I'm just learning now is getting familiar with your professors could have helped with the undergrad. Yeah, kissing ass gets you places. Do you really want former professors, to hang out with the likes of us? Some of them, absolutely. Because, yeah. Classic biofin. If we discovered a race of hypersentient crab people living at the bottom of the ocean, would you eat them if they were delicious? Probably. Like, are we hunting them? I think that's the real question. If it's not going to show up at Trader Joe's or Whole Foods, I'm probably not going to buy it. So like if I have to actively like hunt these crab people down to get their meat, then no. But if it's going to be readily available, why not? Did you hear that Charles Gradante confirmed naked shorts don't impact borrow rate, explaining the 1% for months? If only there was someone in the community to tell us that. I love how Charles Gradante is front running all my ideas after I say them. It's fucked up. It's like I'm getting rug pulled, but I'm in before the pump. Is there genuine significance to power hour? Yeah. The beginning and end of the trading day are higher volume across the market than the middle. You don't have to hunt them, but it's more like when you eat veal and some people are like, no, baby cow, too cute. Oh, I don't care about those things. If you do, cool. I don't dislike people for having beliefs about stuff. Generally. When will you see your breakout? What breakout? For the ETF FTDs? Probably by the 3rd. Does volume truly precede price? It can. Dark pools, delayed order flow. You just scrolling through, see smooth. Now I feel like you're just high and scrolling through the web and like naming dishes. You're worse than my roommate in college, man. So I haven't missed it. Do you see any delays in T plus settlement with the 21st being a holiday? It just pushes it forward. So they just lose time to settle. That's all. Should I hold my AMD calls to the 9th through earnings, or is it better to sell before earnings? I'm about break even in price right now. Fuck, that's a close expiry. You should have sold them earlier today when the stock was up at 115. This is just following the market trend a little bit. What's IV? For the 9th? How the fuck do you have calls for the 9th? For the 11th? I didn't go to fucking Chico State. I mean, IV is kind of elevated. Weeklies are way worse. I think it's gonna bounce. Maybe? I don't know. Looks like a lot of volume. IV's probably gonna crush on anything near dated, so just be prepared for that. If Marcy's are at 126% IV, what's the best way to project what a move to 150 will push IV to? You can look at historical moves of $50. IV is really high right now. IV is higher now than it was at the peak of the November run. No, I don't think he stole my ideas. It's just that it's like ridiculous. I've been saying shit for months, and then he says it, and it's like everyone's like, "Oh, obviously that's true." For Febs, you waited until 126 till rolling to March. Is there a date you're waiting for before you would roll March strikes forward? Feb 24th. End of maybe 25th. I wasn't in a ska band. Earnings is today at 5. Yeah. This still doesn't tell me when your fucking calls are for, Daniel. Just message me in the chat. The 11th? That's true. I really don't check the Discord during the day because it's like annoying to bring up the extra window. Like my screen to remain neat and well organized. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean they're gonna experience some crash. It wouldn't be as bad if you had as if you had fourth expiries, but it'll still be a little bit. So yeah, I mean, is it turning around by the way? God, when did I draw this fucking resistance line? Back here somewhere? It's fantastic. Um, it might bounce a little bit into close. I would watch. If it slips this fucking resistance at 113.21, I wouldn't carry it. But if it bounces, you might be able to recapture some of those profits you missed out on. Maybe they listen to it because he doesn't have a pickle themed financial YouTube channel, so people take him seriously. Yeah, but if I went and worked for hedge funds, people would be like, "Shill." I'm just saying it's a double standard. Trying to reach out for your car's extended warranty. Thanks, Jack Mehoff. BlackRock's updated filing of any significance? No. They bought more. Not a lot more, but a little bit more. Yeah, there's going to be a suggestion box. First, I want to lay down like the basics of trades, options, like the easy shit, and then I'll start to move on to more complex topics. Only retired boomers are informed on current market trends. It's 473,000. It's less than 500,000 more. Math, Jacob. What are some of the topics your professors wanted to talk about? I have no idea. They haven't even gotten back in touch with me. One of them I would like to have discuss positional hedging through derivatives, which I think would be like an interesting conversation. He's very well versed on it. So, but they haven't got back in touch with me yet. I just reached out recently. So, you still want people to utilize the comment section on your coolest school of stock video? I mean, I've been reading them. If you want to compile them, that's fine. And but I've been watching it. I also have the announcement from the community tab here where people discussed a lot of things they want to say. I mean, there's just infinite things to talk about. It's not like there's a lack of topics that I can expound on or expand on. Both. Is this them internalizing again? Dark pool volume today is at like 50%, 55. So there's definitely some of that going on. A word map of the comments would be pretty helpful to give you an idea of any words, concepts that need extra attention. Interesting. Yeah, first I have to discuss like what an option is, Ryan. Then I can move on to things like rolling them, buying them, basic options positions, and strategies. What's internalizing? Taking the order flow onto margin instead of printing it to the lit exchange. Concepts like boofing. Good topic would be how MBBO even works. Oh Jesus, that's kind of an advanced topic. There's quite a lot of depth there. Maybe I don't think that's something people need to understand right off the bat. I'm not saying it's bad that you're curious about it. It's just it's not very important. Are you going to talk about fundamental analysis later? But yeah. But also TA. Probably TA first. TA is easier than fundamental analysis in a lot of regards. It gets more complex, but it broke support. It really didn't. It's technically on an uptrend. I sold a weekly CC at 140, so if MOASS kicks off this week, you can thank me directly. Why? How much is that even worth? It's like $100. It's $80. Why bother? Section 7.4.1. All BlackRock employees must refer to puts as shares. Failure to do so will result in a performance improvement plan. This is just nonsense. I'm not reading through all of that. I mean, you're not far off, Jacob. I believe NBBO has some resources. I mean, it's nothing you couldn't find with like a simple Google search. It gets more complex in how NBBO pricing is used across the market, but as far as just like the order book goes, yeah, that's it. Those are limit sells and limit buys currently placed in the clearinghouse. The owls are not what they seem. The fuck? Yeah, but if we run on Thursday to 140, you could sell that same 140 for like $500. What's behind me? A green screen and then the rest of the room. Your well-tuned stocks has transitions to this ape market. You seem to have captured excess's reckless imagination, causing a lot of this sentiment. What? Why do people say things that just don't make sense? Like a whole well-tuned stocks house. House? Today's volumes tell us anything, right? FTDs, they've gone through today, and how much, if any, hedging was done based on yesterday's price increase. Probably some of our morning price action was some hedging. FTDs are, why we see increased dark pool volume and high volume, but very little price action relatively. I read that comment 3 times. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. I thought I was crazy. Where is the price action? What price action, Stephen S.E. Lee? We had price action today. We traded down and up like $40. 8 and 8 and 8. So 24, 2, and then back down to it's 28. $28 of price action. Do you think this is fucking normal? That's the problem, is everyone thinks this is fucking normal. Sorry, this is a dumb question, but are you Gherk on Super Stonk? Gherkin it? Yeah. Nobody understands that you're also a degenerate at heart. You're just smarter than us to become more level-headed. The longer you've done this and the more you've learned. Yeah. I'm a bit of a degen. But I know better when to be one. We're in the new normal. Netflix dropped $100 the other night. It's coming back. Maybe we need to go back to like sub 1 million volume for people to remember what it was like. How do you feel about AMD calls for earnings? Why not just after earnings? What do you use EMA for? Mostly just like floating support resistance bands. Fuck that noise. Please no. Why is this not normal? Can you the fucking we went up to 116, down to 108, back to 116, back down to 110. Like how is this fucking normal price action? Buffett is absolutely a fucking degenerate. He just masks his degeneracy with like bullshit about buying the bottom. He waits till stocks are at their absolute lowest in bear markets and then buys 10% of them. Like, this is risky as fuck. Buffett buys the bottom because he makes it. He was also born to wealth, whatever about his merits. He wasn't really. He grew up in Nebraska. Like, his family was better off than most. His dad was a politician briefly. What Buffett has is fucking confidence in his plays and the time to wait. Omaha is in Nebraska. I'm doing all right, Festive. Have you missed you? Where have you been? Kirk, there's a dam behind you. Watch out. False. Instead of creating a second stock educational channel, what you should really be doing is creating a TikTok channel and pump 5100 DTEs. No, that's bad. Could you please pen an example of how a common put strategy could be used to capture the downside movement at the tail end of a squeeze? I mean, you wouldn't want to buy puts in a squeeze because the IV will be astronomical. You'd also have to find somebody selling them. We're shilling for the bosses today? A little bit, yeah. Got my shilling out of the way nice and early. Sell a CC at the peak? Are you learning things, Carl? What's going on here? I think TikTok is the best way for you to get your message out there. I feel like the people that are on TikTok aren't really interested in investing. Would you consider doing a collaboration stream with Astro? No, he steals people's research. He's just fucking fake. Poser. Stock poser. And a rock poser. Obviously not. No. You're talking. This is the same guy who was trying to figure out how the future of the market could be read through Billy Bob Thornton from Sling Blade. Mm-hmm. He's gonna make cooking TikToks. I don't want to be on TikTok. I don't know what kind of poser you are, Velvet Jupiter. You can find your niche there, and you just show whatever ETF pays you the most to your viewers. No, I don't want to do a collaboration with you. Shots fired. Clip that one. TikTok will like that drama. Is there a big investment community on TikTok? You guys always want to ask me about other YouTubers, but they're all just like pretty much shills. There's just a bunch of shills. They're all just trying to drum up viewership with their shitty platforms and like advertise their nonsense and sell merch. I fucking hate people like that. The few collaborations I've done have been with people who I don't think are too much like that. I didn't say trust me. Don't trust me. I don't give a shit what you do, Dan Almighty. You or your Philadelphia wife. Who wants to start a TikTok channel just dancing bears? March 18th at the money or in the money calls a bad IV play. I mean, that's not really an IV play. Like, you're expecting those to go in the money, right? An IV play would be something out of the money where you expect value to be accrued through the increase in implied volatility. Matt is selling VWAP hats. I will sue him. I don't know how, but I'll figure it out. No, I didn't see your TikTok hand. My Philadelphia wife is no more. What'd you do to her? Pokemon used to be a Wall Street Bets mod, apparently. Okay. I miss Jamie Hype Man too. She's been taken into the dance. She's been acquired as the earthly host of Lady VWAP for the advancement of all mankind. Horseshit. Puts. Are we going to cross 111? They really don't want us to close above this. I wasn't wrong when I said they'd fight for it. Is 115 our next demand zone? No. Is it possible to keep an eye on the call chain and identify how high they want a controlled run to go based on high interest at a certain strike to help us estimate the peak? And you can kind of try to estimate it with like gamma neutral a bit, like where the gamma falls off. So just a little below 150. But that's FOMO can kick it higher. She's VWAP's vessel now. She's now the dumpster bride to all the Dans. I don't believe you. She's not VWAP's vessel. Nice try. You're gonna get excommunicated if you keep up that kind of attack. Are they struggling to dip it back below max pan? No. Max pan's like way the fuck down here at 105. They're just struggling to try to keep us from crossing the put call parity at 11 or 111. This is dangerous for them. There is a ramp, so if we start crossing this, significantly, especially if we close above it significantly. Can you please show me us how option strat works for March 18th, 105 and 110 calls? You just put in the call and then it tells you the values based at different price points. Should I sell my Febs and Marches for weeklies to build a grandma ramp? No. They have far more of an effect as late Febs and Marches than they would as weeklies. What the fuck is a loop head? I'm gonna go undercover and apply for a job at Citadel so I can just go in and scramble their algorithms. The fact that you've said that in a sentence means that you're probably incapable of doing that action in the first place. Do you know what an algorithm is? You're gonna just go into Citadel waving a magnet around? Loophead is a loop ring NFT that they're releasing on Feb 7th. Why would I give a shit about that? The files are in the computer. Which applies more pressure and helps causes. Imagine if it was that easy. Someone trips over a cord, pulls their Windows 95 machine from the wall, and hedge fund algos die. It's got to be that simple, right? Why has nobody thought of this? Gorilla short squeeze tactics. Jesus. What applies more pressure and helps the cause in April, March? It's not really about helping the cause. The further outdated call would apply more pressure because it's got a higher delta value. Maybe if someone DMs Citadel like Alt F4, the stock will just rip. Has anybody tried that? Like just message their customer service? I'll set it all to delete system 32. Did you know that Alt F4 will close all your short positions for free? Actually, you would use Unix Ken Griffin. You're not the real Ken Griffin. I knew it. Imposter. It is a good time to line up the Power Hour song. I just have it on a button. I can just press the button. It probably doesn't mean what I think it means. To be fair. They also definitely use Windows. I'm not pressing the button. $111, the new 180, just for today. So tomorrow the new 180 will be 180. Sure. Next week's stream is just going to be me applying at Citadel. I'm going to see if I can get it on the inside. I need to find a very small GoPro.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I'm still here. The drug guy was reported to the FAA. I believe he's in lockdown. Gap up on the spy. Cool. I like the new rowing machine. I need to get like a butt pad for it though. The seat's not that comfortable. Maybe it's not supposed to be. AMD bouncing up like you suggested it would. I know. What was going through Kenny's mind right now? Does he sleep good? Probably very well on a $20,000 mattress. Heard Peloton was a good buy. I heard they kill babies. What do you think of that? Baby killers. Don't anybody forget my puts haven't fully printed. I mean, I have pretty good form. It's not the first time I've used one. It's just the first time I've had one in my house. Jim Cramer's still crushing on Lisa Sue. I mean, it's hard not to. She's the fucking best. 20K is in his guest room. They make like $100,000 mattresses. Daniel Taylor, shill. So you've been shilling Wendy's this whole time. You could have been making so much more money. That makes sense, Halfer. I could buy one right now, Ken. I wouldn't. DMs? Where? Looking at this? What is this? That's not the best way to drink wine. Secure fucked it up. Secure. I don't like this. I don't like seeing you fail. This is why'd you, you're better than that. Don't share that with the public. You have an image to maintain as head of security. How will that impact the IV? It'll go up, probably. If is rise, then will IV updo. They should make an ETF of all the non-related meme stocks like AMCX and WIN, GMED. Did you do some witchcraft? You said I don't care about the TA. We're still going up at close. The fuck is going on? I said we were gonna do that. Here's the thing though, Stefan Urkel, is they short and then we go up and then they cover and then they short and then we go up at the end of the day, but we end the day higher than the day before. That's the key part. That's what matters. What do you think of the FTD data being released yesterday? I don't think anything significant. It was fun to look at, I guess. And there was no like liquidity, like high liquidity events during that period. Horace Luberdan, is this MOASS or Moana? I can't tell anymore. No. Do witches float? Only if duck. What is this 25K account minimum bullshit that's preventing me from being a true degenerate? It's that. That's what it is. Carl's still a mod. What would you do if you saw Matt Kors at Walmart? What? Why would I be at Walmart? I think they're rowing as 75% leg drive, 15% hip hinge, and 10% arm pull. Too much arm, not enough leg. Yeah. I don't really get migraines. It's not the computer screens that bother me. It's this giant fucking light over here. I wonder if we hold or if we break down to here. Dark pickle time? I'm down to turn the light off. It's very bright. I'll just do this. Dark pickle power hour. It has a dimmer, but Some of the best days of my life have been watching this channel. Remember the mouse button? Pi-Fi remembers. Keep on being you, you beautiful son of a caring mother. Thank you, Joseph Johnson. Gamma Grandma. That's why you couldn't find Hot Pockets that time, because you didn't check at Walmart. How does it feel to be rich? I'm not rich. I'm cash poor. I'm also land poor. As I get older, the desire for me to own land increases, but I can't get over the fact it's just a terrible investment. Think of what grandchildren. Why is land a terrible investment? Land really isn't. Houses are. Owning houses is just awful. So much time and energy expended for so little profit. Somebody else can just do that for you, you know. Can you please explain your opinion on that? To what degree? What if the only land you owned was parking lots? That's a totally different story. Also, stop trying to front run me and Turd's fucking parking lot REIT, all right? I've made 700K on my house in the last 4 years. Did you sell it? Okay. If you bought $300,000 worth of GME in January, you'd be far richer than that. How does that make it a good investment? Because it went up in value? Lots of things go up in value. Is it because it's margined? You can get more leverage at a brokerage. No maintenance costs. Well, a little bit of maintenance costs, but not too much. Improved equity. You can take out DJ and HELOC loans in YOLO. Yeah, that sounds like more trouble than I want. That's just you. So you just did work and made money, JR. You know why people think housing is such a good investment is because it's the only thing they've ever made money off of. You're extra snarky today. Muted. If you're a poor right now, you can't even buy a fucking house. It's the indoctrination of the American dream. I could just put 100 grand in a REIT, collect 10% of like a year, and not do like I don't have to do shit. I have to fill out an extra piece of paper once a year. Top 3 REIT. I mean, O's good. There's higher yield ones. Everyone always goes with O though. That's like the popular one. You can find ones with higher yield though. What's a REIT? A real estate investment trust. I own a bunch of O. I love renting. When shit goes wrong, I just like call the landlord and I'm like, fix that. It's fucking great. Sometimes they don't, and then I move. You can do private REITs also. I've invested in those in the past. I said options FUD on SS is real. People on the daily board saying options don't impact price. Ignore them. They're clearly dumb. They shouldn't in an efficient market. See, like I could buy a house right now, or I could buy VIX futures. I know which one will make me more money in the coming year. And then when the housing market crashes because we're in a bubble, and everyone's like housing capital that they didn't capture is lost, and they're all like, this is the worst. Then I'll buy a house. They're considered income, not capital gains. That's true, Elena. DDS call filled after 3 days. Congratulations, NW. Talking about New York, do you even have land to own? Do you even got land to even own? Yes, there's land here. Land owned, same as rent. Is it hard to sell to close on run-ups? It can be. It depends on the liquidity at your strike. We're all buying houses on margin, hoping the market doesn't crash. How are you different than Wall Street bets? Shh. Housing safe, remember? 2008 remembers. You still sending out your monthly newsletter to your friends? Yeah, as long as I'm up. How am I being emo? Because I don't think housing's a great investment. It's fine. It's just not phenomenal. What's better than owning land property? The S&P 500? Triple leveraged SPX. No, the light was bothering my eyes. Don't invest at the wrong time. Take an income property or the S&P? What? Can we get a 113 close? Probably not likely. We could. 112.50 would be probably the highest I would aim for. Everyone knows property is transitory and children are a mistake. I don't care what you bought your house for or what it's worth now. I bought a shitload of GameStop in February. I mean, it's all relative. I'm down 20% on a 120 weekly expiring Friday. Should I cut or swing? Can it recover tomorrow? If we run tomorrow, although I don't think we're gonna run till maybe Thursday. Like Feb 3rd is the big ETF FTD date. Although we may just continue up, so you may, offset that theta decay, Brandon. That's up to you though. If you can roll it, that's a way out. I was gonna buy income property with discovered covered calls, which I think will make more income dollar for dollar with less bullshit, even stable blue chips. I don't know if covered calls year over year make more income. Maybe. How do you calculate that Feb 3rd is the big FTD date? It's on the chart. You can go look at it on the Discord. I'm not gonna go through it. Also, hear me out. Maybe nothing happens at all. I mean, it's going up, Gaff. Why is it going up? No one's buying it. You and I both know that's true. You're not buying enough to make it go up. It's going up so people sell out at their cost basis. Here's your electricity bill. Things seem dark over there. Thanks, Grease Nipples. I appreciate it. Didn't BlackRock just buy a bunch? 473,000 shares. Probably because they needed to lend them out. Wait, how can BlackRock buy 473,000 shares if there's no shares? Where are we expecting the 5.6 million XRT FTDs to be delivered? Because I've been asking people, but nobody seems to truly understand how to read the TF Excel sheet. Would love to learn to understand. There's a lot of contention about when the ETF FTDs are due. I think on the 3rd. Or at least historically, that's when they've come to. Get your logic out of here. You get your logic out of here, Carl. Yeah, 1217, Ryan. You mean the one share I bought yesterday didn't cause the 11% rip? No. Can I just say the last few days have been great for stamping some of your MOASS bingo card harder? High borrow fees, short interest, institutional buys. I know. Don't think I'm not aware. You're truly a scholar. Ooh. With an uncanny ability to communicate complex material in a witty and digestible way. Well, thank you. I've learned how much I don't know, and I could never be a teacher in my area of expertise. Buy a couple of shares or get drunk and sleep. Thanks, my dude. Holy shit. Dude, thank you so much. Did I read that right? Goat. Thank you so much, C-Pizzle. I appreciate that, man. I want to buy options, but, you know. Options, same as shares. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think you're a schmuck. It's schmuck with a... It's Yiddish, Ben. It's not smuck. That's short for jam, maybe? Wait, are you implying... down payment on a house? I think you're a smock. Well, thank you. 225 dono, same like $3 dono. I mean, it's the same as 100 $3 donos, or well, less than that, but close. It's spelled schmuck. Thank you for weighing in by paying me, Grizz. If market order for GameStop's entire float was submit right now, how high do you think we would go? Very. Like an $8.54 billion buy-in? Is BlackRock buying shares bullish? I don't know. It depends on if they're going in ETFs or not. Smart donates $225 to see how Gherk plays it, then spends $775 to mimic his play. I think the liability for the cycle has just shifted, Gaff, from GameStop to the ETFs. Don't worry, I've got DDS calls too. Never understood that. If they're creating synthetics out of nothing, why would they pay a borrow fee? It's not borrowed. It's flat out fraud. No, it's just they're allowed to make them. It's not fraud. No one cares. They even have a system for getting rid of the evidence built into it. I don't see any evidence of them in ETFs at the moment. Okay. When would that be updated, turd? Are they opening a new ETF? We need a schmuck level of membership at $1,000. Are you looking at volume through this period? Is it what you'd expect so far? Are we still too low to satisfy what they need to deliver? I mean, our volume is higher than it's been since fucking June. July? Consistently higher than our 3-month rolling average. Almost every day it keeps going up. I should already be there. Okay. So it's just a long position? That's fucking weird. Have they owned any GameStop outside of ETFs previous to or after January? When new XRT? BlackRock pulled their money from State Street, and now they're going to just make their own XRT. Not that I know of. Yeah, that's interesting. Huh. Serious question. Fundamentally, I have to say that GGPI looks solid. Do you agree? Get out of here with that shit. Dan for hire. So they have a system to get rid of evidence. Why don't they use it to get out of what they got in? They do every day. You're not a first-time caller, Spider. State Street to XRT. If only I knew what that meant. Is that where schmucks eat rye bread on camera? I don't know. Have you talked about the 2023 puts on GameStop yet? With the variance hedge? It's been building up, but not a lot. Holy CNS, hallowed be thy name. Thy shares will come. Thy FTD's netted. I don't know. Something. We could probably keep going with that. I'm just not feeling creative. So they can stop the squeeze if they wanted to. No, that's not how that works. If it was squeezing, that's a different scenario. CNS is still like limited by volume. They still have to have the volume to net the FTD away. Oh, Smooth, just go smoke some more weed, man. No more questions from you today. Just go back to looking up recipes. Yesterday you mentioned you had some thoughts on entropy hedging. Is that part of an upcoming DD maybe? I get that you don't No, I spilled vape juice all over my floor. Thanks for adjusting the calf cam. No problem. Shh. Don't. Do you like fish, salmon? If so, what's the best way to prepare and enjoy it? Sushi. Cooked fish is gross. Or poach it with dill, but preferably not. There's a calf cam? I don't know what you're talking about. Smoked salmon can be good. Does TA work successfully on GameStop given its irregularities and underlying atypical market mechanics? It to some extent. On longer time frames, it works better. Intraday, not so much. GameStop can have a lot of irregular after hours movement too, so sometimes that has to be factored in. I would say that the most accurate scale for TA is probably like the weekly or the 4 hour. But yeah, the longer term trends tend to be more stable anyway when doing technical analysis. But TA is kind of a way of visualizing underlying mechanics, and then if you can get rid of, if you know the mechanics and you don't really need the technical analysis to highlight it. How many shares will they have to hedge now if we close up another 5%? I think Yelia said like it was another 2 million or something like that. I'll have to look. Hold on. What did she say? It was she didn't actually tell me today. Hmm. No, she didn't make mention of the effective price increase today, but momentum should start to be taking over now, right? I just wanted to send a hug. Thanks, Han. Yahoo Finance options. I have them set at the 30, 60, 120, 180, and 250, and 200. With our volume now, I'd probably be better off dropping the 250 and the 200 and doing like 30, 60, 90, 120, 180, 200, maybe. 180 is probably sufficient. As volume picks up, right, you can speed up the EMAs. I could probably actually drop the, well, maybe one lower, like a 20. Would you hold in the money weeklies overnight or get out by Thursday for the 3rd? If they're in the money, they're not going to lose. They're not going to decay too much, depending on how far in the money they are. But if you have like hundreds for this week, you're not going to see a significant amount of theta decay overnight. Why are we following the SPY now? Yeah, we're going up. We broke 1250. That's significant. So 1378 is the next one. I've never had salmon Wellington. I'll just tell you by telling you I've never had it. Why so many buys of 100 shares? Those are block orders. That's a block. 100 shares is a block. Did the intraday cup and handle finally pay out? No. After hours running some bullshit MSM article. Yeah, I mean they can cover early, but they have FTDs every day, so I think they are covering, but I still expect some more volatile movement. Kirk, I sold my weekly at the wrong time. Thanks, incomplete message. Are you holding any in the money weeklies or get out on this rip? I don't have any weeklies. I have Feb 18 100s and 110s, but nothing weekly. Not today. You think the one run recently was after hours. We should duck all night long. Thanks, Matt Kors. I don't think so. How many is a brick? I guess that would be 1,000 then, right? No run got deleted from the data. You think DAV still holds a significant amount of shares? Probably. He was already a multimillionaire and he didn't sell at 350 the first time. If he'd sold his shares on the January run, bought back in February, and then sold them on the February run and bought back in June, I would have been like, yeah, DFE probably sold his shares. But I don't think he would have missed that many opportunities to sell. So I would say he's probably still in, at least to some degree. If not, just still fully in. I just YOLO'd into AMD weeklies right now. Pray for me. Oh, Jesus. You're going to get IV crushed. DV can just write CCs and be rich for life. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sadly, E-Trade has no sell button. Hangover cure? Just get sober before you go to bed. I tried that and I woke up feeling like beef jerky. It's the forced air heating. It's just, it dries you out so much. As the price continues to increase this week with DM being so low, will the effect of hedging become greater each day after T plus 4? T plus 2 or T plus 4? Yeah, I mean, we should start to see a shift in momentum to the upside. I have all the share borrowing websites not been updated since like 1 p.m. It usually means they're out of shares if they stop updating the totals. Is forced air heating not universal in New York City? No, most buildings have steam boilers and radiators. Are you shilling steam heat again? I mean, it causes mold, which is annoying. I know you don't like hypotheticals, but if I had the margin to sell a 120 CSP for Feb 11 and we don't run, how many bananas should I boof? 4.5. Peeled. You stream AMD earnings? No, but I'm gonna listen in. You can get an IV. There's a place not far from my house where you can like just go and get like a saline IV or whatever the fuck it is. It makes you feel nice. I force air heating too. You should get a humidifier. It'll make everything better. Then it will get mold and it'll make everything worse. But for a while, everything more or less okay. It doesn't sound like the worst trade-off. Thank you. It's a good idea. Fair. Yeah, the hedging's going to occur over time, but probably mostly in after hours. They're also not going to hedge fully, right? We already know they don't do that. Well, you could only boof a peeled banana. I don't know if it would dissolve. But boofing requires like the boofing is permanent. Yeah, I don't think Biden's watching the stack. Power 45 seconds. It's almost over. The question is, do we bounce into close? I can't believe we couldn't hold above fucking 1250. It's bullshit. Ding ding. And the day is done. Closing at 1249. Couldn't even let us have the penny. Nope, 1260. What's happening here? 1260. Even better. Fantastic. Winner, winner. Chicken tender dinner. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Spank Skirk, you're welcome. You guys have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crayon, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.